And we're live on YouTube. All right. I like the warmer light. Yeah, warmer light. Warmer light's definitely more chill, less hospital, less intense, easier to look at. A little dark, like my light bar in the back. It's, shiny AF. The hair. I just can't figure out my hair anymore. Ken's, what's up? What's going on? All right. So, we're live on YouTube as well. Mark, what's up? That's clean. Okay. Slick it back. Look, right now my hair should be, kind of like the whole flowy ordeal. I don't know what's going on today. It's flat. It's just not. It's not doing it. It's not. People say slick it back. I have a big ass head. A lumpy ass, big ass head. I can't slick it back. I'm gonna look. No, I can't do that. It's just kind of all over the place right now, and I'm accepting that. It's just how it's. I mean, I don't know what's going on right now, but it's fine. All right. All right. Let's debate Trump supporters. Your hair is beautiful, man. Wow, thank you. That's very kind. I appreciate that a lot. Is he ginger? Yep. Dude, what the fuck? I probably shouldn't be offended that I've been called ginger. I'm kind of offended. Hello? No, we're starting strong here. We're starting strong. This is it's a good thing. This person had my okay. That person has my profile picture as the nice. All right, this is just we're off to a good start. Hello,
buddy. You're not Dean Withers.
All right. How old are you?
What?
I said, how old are you?
24.
Okay. Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
All right, so the only rule in my comments is don't spam. Right? I feel like I said that like a kabillion times. I don't know what allegations we're referring to, but all right. Oh, yeah, you voted for Trump. All right, why'd you do that? Actually, you know what? Get the fuck out of my life. All right? You're right. I'm not Dean Withers. I don't want to be Dean Withers. So, let's go to next guest.
Chris, what up, brother?
What's up, man? How old are you? Oh, yo, hey, everybody in the YouTube chat. Yo, Tia, thanks for becoming a subscriber. I love you. You're the best. Hello, everybody. Monique, user, Bill Hill. You really became a subscriber just to... All right. I love all of you over on YouTube. You're the best. Oh, what's up? What's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
Okay. You voted for Trump?
Yeah.
Cool. Why'd you do that?
Well, I mean, plethora of reasons, but I wanted to ask you about the video you posted the other day, because I didn't know if you were trolling or are you serious about... You thought it was a horrible idea that that there's a bill floating around the White House that makes people have to show their ID to vote. You think you hate that. You don't support that.
Well, two things. Number one, it's an executive order. And number two, that's certainly not all the executive order does. I mean, I certainly wouldn't be in favor of that. But the executive
order... You wouldn't be in favor of people having to show their IDs in this country to vote.
Correct.
Chris.
Can I finish speaking?
Yeah, go ahead.
You gotta do me a favor and at least try to talk to me and not just immediately believe whatever I'm saying is ridiculous. The executive order that you're referring to does a lot more than that. It also would require everyone to re-register to vote before 2026.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
That's perfectly
100%.
fine. Okay.
Yeah.
It would also give the federal government an enormous amount of control over, states and how they run elections, banning mail-in ballots,
Yes, 100%. Let's ban those.
So you don't have concerns when the federal government is like overreaching in this way in elections.
When the federal government has to step in to start banning things that need to be banned.
Sure. So let's stop there. So then what? Then the question becomes like, what is the legal justification for taking such insane, intense actions?
There's no. It's not insane. It's not intense.
Okay. It is insane and intense
because there shouldn't be mail-in ballots.
Okay. So answer the question. Why? What is the justification when you say there shouldn't be mail-in ballots? There should be ID to votes. Like, where is the justification for that coming from?
Okay, so we allowed mail-in ballots and we had them during a national crisis now that national crisis
Okay,
is
but
over,
mail-in ballots have always been allowed. So
Yeah,
let's
sure,
so
they have been allowed.
the crisis is now the crisis, as you say, is now over. That's still not a justification for Donald Trump to be like the anyone with like even a basic understanding of constitutional law would agree that there is no legal authority there, and it's blatantly unconstitutional.
Why do you want
Can
mail-in
I
ballots
finish
so
speaking?
bad?
Can I finish speaking?
Yeah.
It's again, it's not about wanting mail-in ballots. It's that taking such a ridiculous legal action that the federal government is really overstepping any type of states' rights and is taking a huge amount of control over elections and putting it in the hands of a few people who I think are very, let's say, pro-Trump. The party of states' rights is now, under the belief that they should be able to essentially control how states run their elections. The issue is not how I believe elections should be run. The issue is, why are we doing that? What is the purpose? That's a pretty intense.
To keep down on voter fraud.
Okay, so what
Why?
voter fraud?
Any potential voter fraud with mail-in ballots or people not having the right paperwork to vote.
That doesn't
It's very
exist.
simple,
So
Chris.
it's not simple because that doesn't exist.
People not having the right paperwork
That
to vote.
doesn't.
Then why?
That doesn't. Hold on.
Okay.
Stop.
So then it's not a big deal to re-register.
No, it is a big deal to re-register,
is not.
right? Because when less people vote, Democrats lose. We're trying to make it harder for people to vote. That's what
Right,
Republicans
right.
do. So do you have any evidence of voter fraud? Because it's never.
So you just said,
no.
I love this. Chris.
Answer the question. It's a yes or no question. Is there any evidence you say that we need to do these things to protect against fraud? There is no fraud. Where is the
there's potential fraud.
Okay,
Potential
no.
fraud.
I don't think that the federal government should be taking over elections in the most. That's the largest. We are in the middle of the largest expansion of executive authority in all of our lifetimes, and there cannot be. I'm very.
Dude, you're one of the few people
Okay,
that think that.
so I'm not, and if you don't let me finish speaking, I'm just going to kick you. Okay. Again, constitutionally, we're just bleeding all the lines between. I don't even know what states' rights are anymore. The point being is, you say potential fraud. There's the executive order you're referring to. I want to point out is declaring a national emergency. Okay, so in that declaring a national emergency, where is the evidence of fraud?
There potential.
No. So it doesn't. That's not how that works. Wrong. Right? There does have to be actual evidence of fraud to declare a national emergency and give Donald Trump a huge amount of right over our federal elections that no president in American history has had even close. The federal government has never even had close to that much of a right to interfere in elections directly. Certainly not the president. So to declare a national emergency, like for example, to declare a national emergency and enact martial law, there's a potential for an invasion. No, there is an invasion. So let's try this again. To declare a national emergency and hand our country over to a small group of people at the very top, where is the evidence of fraud? Because that's the only way that executive order wouldn't be immediately struck down, is the evidence of fraud that they could provide. So where is it?
Okay. I mean, we'll see if it's going to get struck
Okay,
down.
so it does. So no.
there-
So wrong. Right there. Period. Point blank. If you had an IQ above 65, right there should be the stopping point. You said we will see. No, there is none. And Donald J. Trump has the ability to show it all.
No, I said we'll see if it gets shut down.
Nope. Quiet. Right there. Point blank. If your IQ is above 70, you should be able to say, "Oh, we'll see. Donald Trump could provide evidence for us. He hasn't." They control the House, the Senate. Donald Trump has a mandate. They have provided not a single shred of evidence of any voter fraud. And you couldn't even name a single case of voter fraud occurring.
Yeah, Chris. There's a reason that they control Congress and control the Senate and control the executive branch. It's because the Progressive Party is dead.
Okay, so
It's
so
over,
I'm more than happy
Give
to
up on the Progressive
I'm
Party, buddy.
more than happy to talk about that. Can you address what I just said?
No, you
Where
just
is the
said
fraud?
If the
Where
less
is the
voters
fraud?
y'all have, the
Where
more chance y'all
is-
don't have to
where-
win.
correct.
That is horrible.
That's-
why. Why is that, Chris? Why is
Because the majority, because I would argue,
that? Don't have the right paperwork to vote.
No. Can you name?
why?
So I'll actually answer your question really quickly.
Do
'Cause
it.
It's very simple.
I'll mute up.
But you said, well, I have a question first. You said because people don't have the right paperwork. Do you have any evidence of fraud?
I didn't.
It's
say
a yes
there
or
was.
it's a yes or no.
No.
Okay.
No.
Fantastic.
No.
To answer your second question, yeah, that's because it's pretty well known that the majority of obviously, like the majority of Americans don't vote. We have a problem in this country with most people staying home, not going to the polls. But what we consistently see through time is that when there was a high amount of turnout, Democrats win, that's probably because most people in the country, more certainly, like if everybody was forced to vote, Democrats would win every single election, because I think most people generally skew at least a little bit left. And so the reason that we have seen Republicans engage in like this attempt to slow people down from voting or make it harder to vote is because when less people show out to the polls, Republicans win. When more people show up and more people use their voice, our country tends to continue to go toward the left. It's a pretty simple answer, actually.
And would you say that the left don't have the right paperwork to be able to vote? Is that why that
No.
they're trying to attack that? Oh, so it shouldn't be an issue at all.
No,
they should go get their paperwork and they should show up to the polls.
No, because again, you're engaged, like you're so, like, not to be rude here, but you're so fucking stupid that you're engaging in like a fallacy. It makes no sense. You're saying I'll explain. You're saying it shouldn't be a problem for people to show up with, quote, the right paperwork to vote, and yet you have no evidence of any type of fraud occurring. You say this shouldn't be a problem. Okay, but you're starting on a premise as if there is a problem to begin with.
Chris,
No. Stop. Do you right now, with Donald Trump in office for one full year, have any evidence of voter fraud that you could bring to me right now?
I never said that.
So it's a yes. It's a yes or no question.
I said no, and I never said that.
Okay, good. So then I don't support adding more barriers to vote until somebody can provide me evidence of voter fraud. Because the reality here is, and we can go back to your original thing. No, I don't think the federal government should mandate that everybody has an ID to vote. Why is that necessary?
Chris, so
answer the question. Answer the question.
Why do you need an ID to vote?
Yes.
Why do you need an ID to buy a pack of cigarettes, Chris?
Okay, you need an ID to buy a pack of cigarettes to prove that you're of age to buy cigarettes.
Okay, so then why don't you have to have an ID to prove who you are? And
sure, because in states that don't require an ID to vote, how do you register to vote?
How do you register to vote in your state, Chris?
No. Answer this question. No. Answer this question. In states that don't require an ID to vote, how do you register to vote?
I don't know. I don't live in a state
so
that does that.
So fantastic. Let's go through a hypothetical here. You're in a state that doesn't require an ID to vote. To register to vote, you have to provide a social security number and an ID.
Perfect.
Okay. So
I got those.
Great. So you go to register to vote and you provide those things. Okay. And then after that, you then no longer have to provide an ID to vote. Let's say you'll get an email. You register to vote, election time comes around, you want to check, okay, this is my address, where do I go vote? They give you an address. Chris, you live at 123 super sunny Democrat Lane. You're going to go vote around the corner. You don't need an ID. You just need to bring yourself. I go to that place. Remember, I've already registered to vote with a social security number. I show up to that. Can I finish speaking? Can I finish speaking? Can I finish speaking?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I show up after I've registered to vote with a social security number, and all I have is myself. And they say, write down your name and your address and your social security number. And I say, okay. And I write it down, and then I go vote. And then later, they cross-reference that with the people who registered to vote online, again, with a valid social security number, identification, et cetera. It would be almost impossible in this scenario in states where you don't need an ID to vote fraudulently. I actually do not, two things. Number one, I don't even know how you would begin to attack trying to do that in mass. You're like sending groups of people. There's areas where you're supposed to vote. They have a list of people who are registered to vote in that location based on their ID and social security number that have already been checked and verified. And you're showing up with what? Random names or their names. They're also cross-referencing signatures. So number one, that's an impossibility. Well, can I finish speaking? Even if you are in a state where you don't need an ID to vote, impossibility to engage in fraud. And if it wasn't an impossibility, you would be able to provide me any evidence of fraud in mass, and you can't even provide one example. So why do we need ID to vote?
I never said that.
Can you provide? Yes or no? Can you provide? No, you can't. Fantastic. So what's your rebuttal to that?
But can I give you a hypothetical?
No. What is your rebuttal? What is the problem? What is the problem with what I just described?
What do you mean, what's the problem with that?
What I just explained a scenario.
You registering with a social security card and ID, I have no issue with that.
That's how you register in every single state that doesn't require an ID to vote. You understand that, right? In every
And if we need to redo that process,
No. Wait.
Register correctly. I agree.
Can I ask you?
Let's do it.
In Illinois, a brutally blue state, you don't need an ID to vote. You don't need an ID to vote, but to register to vote, you have to provide your identification and your social security number. So do you have a problem with that?
No.
Okay, so that, I just want to be clear. That's how that works in every single state where you don't require an ID to vote. You have to register with a social security number to be able to vote.
Okay.
So it sounds like you actually don't have a problem with the laws as they currently stand. You're just really fucking stupid.
No. I just think that if he wants everybody to re-register, I think.
Okay, so but it sounds
it.
like you just discovered a new thing about voting with IDs.
Okay, I guess discovered that. But
No.
I want to give
So
you a hypothetical.
again, like I just want to point out really quick. You can give me a hypothetical. You're taking like there were 18-year-old kids that stormed the beaches of Normandy and died, and people forgot about them protecting democracy, and they're watching from their graves as you take the federal government and expand it in a way that's unprecedented, and we start to bleed the line of like our constitutional laws, our democracy, federal and states' rights, and you're pissing away our democracy. Thousands of children who died again on the beaches of Normandy because you don't understand voter ID laws. You think you are actively engaged. You are actively promoting, hey, I want more voter ID laws, simply based on the fact that you didn't know the laws as they stood, and you should be ashamed of yourself for that level of stupidity and giving away our country for that. Go ahead with your hypothetical.
Yeah. So how about this hypothetical? Let's say I live with my great grandfather.
Okay.
And he passes away this year, and then I get mailed a ballot. And then I fill out his ballot, mail it in, and then it's counted as a vote. What about that hypothetical? Do you like that? Do you think that should be a thing or no?
Okay. Well, that wouldn't work.
Well, how?
Your grandfather died.
Yeah.
And what was your like great grandfather doing? Like, was he retired? Was he working?
No, he was just here. He was an old man. He was old.
Okay.
He was just at home, and he got mailed a ballot.
Okay, fantastic.
And then that ballot got mailed back in and sent in as a mail-in vote, and it got counted as a vote.
So again,
do you think that should happen?
Well, that doesn't happen.
So that's never happened before. Is what you're saying.
Can you bring me an example of that happening without someone being charged?
What do you mean without someone being charged?
Well, actually, I know more examples of voter fraud off the top of my head than you do. That's because they've been charged. Like, for example, there were multiple Trump supporters in the last election who were charged for trying to vote twice or charged in relation to trying to use other people's mail-in ballots. The reason that what you're describing cannot happen is because, again, you would tell the government when like somebody died. So if your great-grandfather died, they're going to be listed as dead. And so if that vote comes in, it's going to be cross-referenced with like a county, for example, and then the person's going to be listed as deceased, so the vote's not going to be counted.
So you're saying that's never happened before?
You keep throwing hypotheticals at me. And you don't have any examples of them happening.
No, I'm asking a question. I said, did you say that's never happened before? Yes or no?
I don't think that's happened more than 5 times.
Oh, okay. So it has happened. Okay, cool. So you don't agree with it though. You don't think that should happen any longer, correct?
Okay. I don't think that is happening at a mass scale that would require more.
Oh, I don't care about mass scale.
Okay, no. But no. But I do.
Do you want fraud or not?
No. See, now what you're engaging in is called you're engaging in a straw man, right? Again, we're talking about emergency orders giving the federal government an ample amount of power, and now I want evidence of mass fraud. I bet that there are examples of some version of what you just said. Again, the reason there are examples is because those individuals have been charged with crimes. If we go back to like 1990, the amount of people who have voted fraudulently is like less than 60 total people in 20 or 30 or 40 years. And the rate of fraud is 0.00000 whatever percent. Those people that I'm describing, their votes would end up not being counted, or maybe they were counted and then those people were charged later. But I think we clearly are pretty good with the laws we have now at sorting out, making sure the right people are voting. And if somebody's voting who's not supposed to, they get charged with a crime. like we saw in California recently, somebody tried to register their dog to vote, a Republican, charged with a crime, right? And that vote wasn't counted because in California it was cross-referenced and we realized, oh, this isn't a real person. So like, I just don't think that what you're describing, because again, you don't have any examples of this, is reason to give laws around this.
Yeah, we'll just say it's not. And but that's just a video that I saw, and I was just like, this dude has to be. I didn't know if you were actually trolling online, or I didn't know if you were serious. I was like, there's no way.
Why
But I just
do?
wanted
But
to ask you
obviously,
about
the video you're describing has a lot more than just an ID to vote. Why do we need everyone to re-register to vote?
to get all the people that don't have the right documentation out of the voting system, and all the people that do. Chris, do you have the right paperwork?
Stop.
So you're just going to
Stop.
show up and re-register,
Stop.
and you're going to be good.
Well, actually, let's talk about that. So number one, again, you just started with all the people who are in the system with the wrong paperwork. You're not able to identify any active fraud. So I don't think
I never said that.
you never said
I
that.
never said there's any active fraud.
Okay.
I said we'll get the people out if there is any that don't have the right paperwork or cannot show the right paperwork.
So-
and then if it's not
Sure.
a big deal, you just show up with your documentation, just like you do with anything else. If you want an ID, if you want open a bank account, if you want
I
to make a
don't-
cell
yeah,
phone
I don't-
plan, anything, you show up with the right paperwork and you get it done. That's it.
I
Chris.
think those
it's
things.
very simple.
It's not. I think those things are much significantly different.
I guess.
Okay, so I think those things are A, much different than voting, and B, again, we don't need you're just starting on a premise as if there's a problem. There is no problem. There is nothing. There's no reason to be doing what you're describing. The reason to be doing what you're describing is to give Donald Trump more power over elections so he wins. But to answer your question, that's actually a good point about
Chris, he's not running again. I don't know why you're worried about him winning elections. It's over after this, Chris.
re-register
over.
to vote before 2026, referring to the midterms, right?
Oh, you're talking about the okay.
Well, that's what the
Congress-
that's what the emergency order says, right? That he
Yeah.
right. So, anyways, so to answer your question, actually, it's a great point, and I said this in my video, or maybe I didn't, but I meant to. Yeah, in that order, creating all these new rules to go and re-register to vote, you need to have some form of an ID that's not that's not not just like a state ID. You need to have a birth certificate or a passport. Okay.
Great.
Does that sound like a
agree.
problem with you? To you?
No.
Really?
I don't know.
So I was born in Atlanta, Georgia,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't have my original birth certificate. I actually tried to get it mailed to me, and UPS lost it, so I no longer have it. I got my first passport this year, and that's actually when I lost my birth certificate. But let's just say hypothetically that I was born in Atlanta. I didn't talk to my parents anymore. I don't have my parents lost my birth certificate, and I need my birth certificate to actually apply to get a passport. So I have neither of those things. So can't
You can get another birth certificate.
Okay,
You just have to apply to process.
so let's
But you can get one.
so let's take a time out right there. So you believe that you don't think that it's a problem that, like, for example, me in this scenario, I'm pretty close to that scenario. Let's say I lost my passport tomorrow. I'm in that scenario. That I should have to go register to get a birth certificate or replace my birth certificate to vote?
Well, dude, I hope you would go register. I would hope you would get a new birth certificate for absolutely
Okay,
no
I don't care.
reason. So
I don't.
you have that
I don't care what.
very
I don't.
important
I
piece of
don't. I don't. I
documentation,
don't
Chris.
care what you hope. I'm asking you. Don't you think that's pretty unreasonable?
No.
Okay, but
If my house burns down and my birth certificate
okay.
is burned up, or my social security card, I'm getting one.
Fantastic.
As
Can
soon
you?
as possible,
So we're
Chris.
making
It's
people
normal
go.
paperwork that you need.
Right. So we're making people go through an immense amount of effort, and time and money and these
No
things.
normal amount of effort.
Okay, so
It's
time out. So
normal
time out. Can you answer? So can you
documentation.
answer? Can you answer a question for me? Just yes or no. Do you have any examples of voter fraud? It's a yes or no
Chris.
question. Can you just
Why
say it
do
out
you
loud?
keep going to that?
Yep. Can you say it out loud?
No.
No. Right. So again, still starting with
When
the
you get-
premise
when you go into
of
court, you just
shut
go
the fuck up. Starting with the premise of you're like, oh, I think you should have to go do this, but why am I doing it for voter
I think you
fraud?
should
For
have
voter
the
fraud
normal
that
documentation
I don't
that
care
normal
what you
humans
think.
have.
It's not about. I don't care how you feel. Facts over feelings. I don't care how you feel. I don't think that the government should be implementing rules based on problems that do not exist. And the same arguments you are making about it's a normal amount of effort. It was a normal amount of effort in Alabama in 1945 to take a literacy test to vote. Do you want me to pull up one of those literacy tests from Louisiana? I guarantee you
Chris,
could.
you don't have to.
I guarantee.
You don't have to. We're not talking about that.
I know, but I guarantee the literacy test in Louisiana that black people
said
had
it was
to.
Alabama.
Can I meant to say Louisiana, but it was every
Oh, okay.
it was every southern state. I guarantee if I pulled up a literacy test from Louisiana, that black people were required to have to vote or to take to vote. And the argument was, well, they should just be able to read. It's very simple. That's a normal amount of effort. I guarantee that you would fail that literacy test because it's purposely impossible to pass. So like again, we are creating arguments about making it harder to vote based on the premise that there is fraud, and throughout this entire miserable time of speaking to you, you have admitted over and over that you have no evidence of fraud, and there is no evidence of fraud.
Yeah, I never. Yeah,
Yep.
I didn't come in with that argument.
Right.
But I'm saying, Chris.
I hope you have a bad day tomorrow. All right, next, you guys. I mean, I feel like this is like, I can't believe that in that conversation, I convinced somebody that actually it was okay to not have an ID to vote just because they learned what the actual laws around like no voter ID were. I was like, yeah, so you register to vote and then you don't have to go after you register to vote. You don't have to bring an ID anymore. And they were like, well, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, that's how it is. People talk about like Illinois being a very blue state, right? I have to register to vote in Illinois here very soon, right? There's elections in like 2 weeks. I'm still registered. I still haven't changed my registration from Georgia to Illinois. I live in Illinois now. Right? To register to vote in Illinois, I have to prove that I'm a U.S. citizen with like a social security number ID. I actually have to bring an ID to vote the first time I vote. Then I never have to do it ever again. And he's like, yeah, that's totally fine. Okay, well, you're dumb. Okay, because that's how it is everywhere. Sorry for being rude today, Chad. I'm just kind of really not happy. Also, great to see everybody in the YouTube chat. Jackie, thanks so much. Oh my God, you guys are so kind. Jackie, thanks so much for $3. Blue Wave Rage, thank you. You guys are so fucking kind. I never take that for granted. I hope you know. I hope you're having a good night. I'm trying. I'm attempting. Thank you, Chris. You young guys give me hope for the future of this country. Stop MAGA. $10. That's actually insanely kind. Thank you so much. Can I get a million W's in the chat? Lorena, I am feisty. I'm very feisty. A million W's. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. Look at all these people in the YouTube chat. I made it sub only, and you never have to feel pressure to subscribe. It just means so much. Very simple to understand. Well, you would think that. You would think that, right? You would think that, Alex. Alex, good to see you. Hit that like button. That's right. In state of Georgia, you need to present a valid ID to vote. That is true. In Georgia, you do have to have an ID to vote. Passports are also expensive. Great point. Why? I just don't, why are we making it harder to vote? If there is, this should be so simple. Hey, is there a problem with how we vote now? Well, I think there's potential for fraud. Okay, let's look back at the last 50 years of elections. Do you have any evidence of fraud in a mass scale? No. Okay, then I don't think we need new laws to vote. Seems unnecessary, seems costly. I think we should, I don't care if everybody voted tomorrow and 80% of people voted for Trump. I'm always just going to be in favor of more people voting and making it less hard to vote. That's it. I feel like it's just boom. All right, bro. I was born on a Navy base during Vietnam. Wow, Kim. They lost track of me. Took years to get a new one. Lost my parents. Kim. Exactly. First of all, thank you for being here. Thank you. Exactly. Someone says signatures required. They match them. Also true. It's also just interesting that if this voter fraud is occurring in this you need an ID to vote in this scenario. Why can nobody show me an example of it happening? And by nobody, I mean the President of the United States, Mike Johnson, anyone in the Senate. No one can show me an example of voter fraud. No one. No one can show me an example of mass voter fraud occurring. And if it was so simple and so obvious, I feel like we'd have a massive amount. Look, go get paid $50, go vote for a Democrat. I'm not seeing this. If somebody can prove that this is a huge problem, then fuck. I mean, yeah, okay. My goodness, bro. We're dealing with quite the ordeal here. Olive, good to see you. Yeah, well, guys, I feel like we can use our critical thinking skills. Do I want an example of voter fraud or mass voter fraud? Let's use our critical thinking skills. If there's examples of fraud, if there are 60 total people who've been arrested for fraud in voting in elections, or voting in elections they shouldn't have voted in since 1990, do we think that that's a good example of overhauling our voting system, making it harder for people to vote? Probably not. Right? Let's try to use critical thinking skills. Let's try to think as if we were running a country, right? Hey, I have 320 whatever million citizens, I don't know, 315, 325 million citizens. We want to promote voting because democracy is good. Let's assess our laws. Let's look at how much fraud we've had over 50 years. 0.00000000125%. Okay, probably not necessary with everything going on to pass massive and make it much harder for people to vote. Do something that's going to make it challenging for the American people to vote. Right? So let's just use our critical thinking skills. Jesus, God. I'm losing my mind.
Hey man, how are you doing tonight?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Not bad.
Hanging in there. That's all you can ask for, man.
That is true. That is true. So, I'm assuming you voted for Kamala.
I did vote for Kamala Harris, yes.
That's unfortunate. I mean, well, not like it would have made a difference whether you voted for Trump or Kamala either way, but you want to talk about that?
I would love to.
All right. Likewise. So, I mean, what like policy points really stood out for you?
Yeah, first of all, really quickly, if you don't mind,
sure.
Before we go to that, which I'm more than happy to talk about, how do you feel, I feel like more importantly, just for a second, and then I can talk about Kamala Harris, like how do you feel like Trump is doing so far? I feel like, and I predict I know your answer here, but I think from somebody like me looking at this from kind of an outside perspective, like he's like a lot of things that he ran on, he's done the opposite of. I think obviously like the Iran conflict right now, a lot of people, even some Trump supporters I've seen have been like, wow, this is strange. You know, I think people economically are hurting, at least according to the polling, which I know how we all feel about polling, but like, you know, the golden age of America guy, the like, you know, peace president guy, I feel like has some ups and downs, but I would love to hear your perspective, and then I'm happy to talk about
I will say,
Vice President
sorry.
Harris. No, go ahead.
I will say, you know, I agree his domestic policy this term has not been the greatest. However, I will say that his foreign policy over the past decade has been absolutely amazing. I mean, we saw him break with U.S. policy in 2018 whenever he moved the U.S. embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. And analysts were saying that there were going to be riots in the streets and that, you know, our embassies were going to get like raided and stuff. That never happened. Then flash forward 2 years, he takes out Soleimani. Everyone said that this was going to start a regional conflict in the Middle East. You know, Prince Sultan Air Base got hit. Al Udeid got hit a few times, but other than that, it was just the usual tit for tat escalation. And then we move forward past the Biden presidency, where we didn't see any real breaks from U.S. like actual U.S. policy. We move into the second Trump term, and we see him take out Maduro with the intervention in Venezuela. And people were saying that this was going to cause massive civil wars in Venezuela, that the cartels were going to take over. That didn't happen. And flash forward a month, I followed the military buildup in the Middle East ever since it started. I mean, we started moving assets there immediately after the intervention in Venezuela. That being said, yeah, this is turning into a regional conflict. However, we don't see Iran's allies kind of really doing anything, not even diplomatically. I mean, we saw a few hours ago, maybe like 2 hours ago, it was reported that a Chinese envoy went to Saudi Arabia to try and kind of de-escalate the situation, which I believe they're trying to position themselves as more of like a level-headed mind as compared to the United States, but we'll see where this goes. I think it's a very interesting situation, but I don't think that there's a lot of bad that can come from it, at least for us.
Sure. Look, I think that for a second, if I were not analyzing some of those things so much in a vacuum, but analyzing, for example, what's going on in Iran in the context of, you know, the peace president who wasn't going to engage in these types of conflicts anymore, like, do you at least acknowledge how some people could be confused?
I could. And I will say, I don't appreciate him lying. However, I will say that if he came out and he said, "Hey, we're gonna invade, we're gonna not invade, but we're gonna intervene in Venezuela, we're gonna launch strikes into Iran," I believe if he said that, he wouldn't have won the election.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's, I mean, huh, at least someone's being honest. Um, and then quickly, and then I can answer your questions. Sorry, one more. The justification, you would agree that publicly, the administration, I am personally, as somebody who disagrees with practically everything that comes out of that administration. I'm not even necessarily looking for, I have spent a lot of time trying to understand from the administration themselves and what they're saying publicly why they did this. And
Uh,
and you would agree that there is really no public facing good reason that they've given the American people. Because just like my understanding so far has been that I heard Marco Rubio say that Israel was going to strike, and if we didn't join in that strike, that that it could potentially cause more casualties, and so we'd essentially made the President Trump made the brave decision to join that. Then the next day he said that was taken out of context and he didn't say it, and that was confusing to me for a variety of reasons. We heard Trump today say that they were 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon, which not only is different than, wasn't mentioned by other administration officials like Marco Rubio, but obviously then raises confusion about what happened 6 weeks ago or 8 weeks ago. I thought we struck, the Iranian nuclear program and eviscerated it for all of time. In fact, I remember Donald Trump threatening media companies over suggesting that their nuclear program wasn't completely and totally eviscerated. I heard administration officials say it'd be 5 or 10 years before they could ever think of building a weapon again. So when Trump say nuclear weapon, I'm hearing Marco Rubio talk about Israel, and then we're hearing from, I don't know which official said this, that there was some evidence of an imminent strike by Iran on U.S. allies in the region, and then we learned that the Pentagon briefed Congress, some members of Congress, and they said that there was no evidence of an imminent strike. So there's a lot of differing reasons, and I was listening to Fox for a bit today, had some senators come on who were very Trump-leaning and started going on rants about the last 50 years of terror from Iran. So it's okay, I feel like we just have not created any type of coherent argument about the need for an imminent strike that has obviously now led to the loss of a lot of people, a lot of children, and 6 U.S. troops.
and that is absolutely unfortunate. I believe that we should be doing more to take care of our troops. And, I mean, we had 3 jets shot down in one day in a friendly fire incident by a Kuwaiti F-16, something like that. And that being said, I do believe that we should take what Trump says and what Pete Hegseth says with a grain of salt. I believe that out of everyone in the administration, Marco Rubio is the only person who really is able to coherently describe policy. But also, that being said as well, I believe the strike was a strike of opportunity, because last year after the strikes, or before the strikes last year in Isfahan on the nuclear sites, the Ayatollah saw the United States as weak and thought that we wouldn't do anything and thought that we couldn't handle sustained escalation. And we proved him wrong by striking those sites, whatever you want, in the ballistic missile sites. I believe that Iran, I mean, they're enriching to above 60%, but I don't think they're going for full weapons grade yet. I believe we were targeting their ballistic missile program. But after that, the Ayatollah realized that he wasn't exactly safe, and he started going into hiding, going into bunkers. He was never really seen in public too much, and when he was, it was only for short periods of time. However, we had embedded intelligence into the country, and we were tracking his every movement. And you might think, well, how are we doing that? The country's so closed off. We were building up military. I don't know. Ask Israel how they did it. So we saw an opportunity where a bunch of these top leaders, along with the Ayatollah, were going to be in one building at the exact same time, kind of like the State of the Union. Israel said, hey, we're going to take this opportunity, whether or not you want to take it. If you want to join us, sure. If not, then do whatever you want, United States. We had the assets in the area and we assisted. Along with that, it came out today that Actually, it came out last night that ever since those strikes, we had been smuggling arms into the Iranian Kurdish, like the fighters for the Iranian Kurds. And today they actually launched a ground offensive in the western region part of Iran.
Right. So, okay. Two quick things there. So, like, again, I mean, I at least appreciate some amount of logical consistency. I guess where I think it's,
It's surprising.
Well, it's surprising for two reasons. Number one, it's surprising because like most Trump supporters won't acknowledge that. But number two, it's like I feel like we quickly skipped over the idea that like, oh, I don't think that Trump, and maybe you said JD Vance, Trump and JD Vance can Hegseth, thank you. Trump and Pete Hegseth can articulate what's going on correctly. I think from a previous something previous foreign policy wise, we said that I think Venezuela. Like if Trump described what he actually wanted with Venezuela, then he wouldn't have been elected. So he just lied. I mean that I feel like those answers are like that. We've gotten somewhere, but where my brain immediately goes is like, wow, I don't want people in office who just lie or cannot coherently explain to the American people why we are engaging in conflicts that are leading to hundreds of people dying. I think with that being said, there was something else I was going to say at the end there. Oh, and then to that point where you said, you know, and I saw this, I don't even know who, maybe it was the Wall Street Journal or someone who, you know, they posted something a day or two ago about the CIA loading up Kurdish forces with these weapons, and there's going to be this offensive, there's now this offensive. So now we're talking more clearly about regime change, which, again, I think we could go on okay, and he's gone. Damn. What? Gay? All right, damn. Well, here's the thing, chat. You know, I wasn't trying to say, by the way, okay. I wasn't trying to say, and I lost my camera. This is going on. I wasn't trying to say that it was logically consistent, so we're getting somewhere. It's almost like better but worse. I just think, like, how can you understand that these people are lying to you and not coherent and then be like, it's fine, though. Hey, I support Donald Trump enacting regime change throughout the world. If he would have told people what he was actually planning on doing, he would have gotten voted in. It's like, oh, okay. I mean, maybe you support regime change. Maybe you're like a Bush Republican. Fantastic. I mean, that's that. You do you. I just think like the American people deserve better. Because again, now we're talking about, again, with Kurdish forces making this push on Iran, we're talking about regime change initiated by Donald J. Trump, which again goes back to the point of like, holy fucking shit, the peace president, the no more regime change guy, the no war with Iran guy. By the way, Kamala Harris said, quote, if you vote for Donald Trump, like Donald Trump wants to get into a war with Iran, which fucking Jesus guy. It seems like a very vindicated, smart woman at this point. Very vindicated. Cole Perez, I love you. Seems like a very smart, vindicated individual. By the way, on YouTube, I'm sorry for the confusion there. It is now members only. By the way, Casey, thank you so much for 10 pounds. I love you. That's really kind. I don't take that stuff for granted. Social defamiliarization. I speak so big. Social defamiliarization. Jesus Christ. I see. At least I can admit that I can't speak. Social. I don't know why I cannot pronounce this. Defamiliarization. Oh my God. Defamiliarization. I get caught up on the middle there. Social defamiliarization is a concept missing from the MAGA phase. They take a lot at surface level and don't trace it back. I'd also urge people to look up Bonhoeffer's theory of stupidity. Thank you so much for 10 pounds. That really, I don't take that for granted ever. I hope you know that. Like genuinely. I love you. YouTube, it is now members only. This is what I meant. Thank you guys for being members. We will, when we go live on YouTube, we'll have it members only. There's never any pressure to become a member. I said this in the last couple of my videos. I'm renting out this studio in Chicago. I have a fantastic editor who does great work. and I've really been like trying to build something really cool on YouTube that I really love, and I think I'm getting better at it every day. And you guys have shown so much support. As a 24-year-old who's trying to pay rent and rent out a studio and pay an editor, things can get tight, to say the least. And so I made this decision, although as I sometimes wish in social media that I wasn't this way. I'm like, fuck, I really don't want to do this. But I did open the ability to subscribe on the YouTube, or to become a member on the YouTube side. It's like $6 a month. One of the things is like live, when we go live, like member only chats. I said I would do like live streams that are member only, that are like Q&As. None of my political content will ever be behind a paywall. And I just want everybody to know how much I like truly appreciate you and don't take you for granted every single day I wake up. I love you and I appreciate you. And I think social media can be like a real game of like taking people for granted, and everyone's like subscribing or sending gifts. Thank you for the heart, Cole Perez again. Purple, you're the best. People like taking people for granted, but I wake up every single day so grateful that I even have the ability to do this and make any money on it at all. It's like I'm the luckiest person in the world. So I love you guys. You're the best. Okay, that's my rant. Holy, yo, Samaya, thank you. Loxy, thank you. Yo, you guys are so kind. I appreciate you. Okay. We're gonna, I feel bad for the first Trump supporter who came in here. I was really mean. I really was. I let off a lot of steam on that first dude, the voter ID dude. I said he had an IQ lower than 80 like 3 times. And now that I've like gotten that kind of like energy out, I'm like, damn, I feel bad. I could have been kinder to that guy. Fuck. Shit tests my mental, man. It really does. Oh, thank you. Heavensley, thank you so much. You're a good guy. You're very kind. I support you and Adam Mockler so much with all your efforts. Yo, Jackie, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Bro. All right, before we go to the next person, Jay. That is crazy. That is fucking crazy. Can we get 1,000,000 W's in the chat for Jay, who just sent me $100 on Venmo? That is literally effing insane. Unbelievable. You have no idea how much that how much that means, and how far that goes, especially in a time like right now, for me. And I also know that people right now, things are expensive. So thank you so fucking much from the bottom of my heart, Jay. Huge W's in the chat. You are literally the best. You deserve so much more than this, but I'm working on it. First of all, you just being here means the absolute world, okay? You don't have to work on anything. The fact that you would even suggest sending $1, you just sent $100. That is fucking crazy. You being here, just being here means the world, Jay. So thank you so much. However, this figure does not reflect the value of what you do. Whether it's $1 or 1,000, it reflects the gratitude of those who love who you are, what you do, and how you do it. And that lies your value. Wow. Jay, that's like wow. That was a really powerful paragraph. Thank you so much. Can we keep... Y'all good over there? Y'all good? Can we keep getting W's in the chat for Jay? Thank you so much. Wow, spitting bars. Thank you so much, Jay. Wow, that's really, really, really kind over on Venmo. I really, really, really appreciate that. Truly. Holy shit. Okay. You guys are so kind to me. I can't say it enough. Whew. Someone said, repeat that it was gold. You deserve so much more than this, but I am working on it. However, the figure does not reflect the value of what you do. Whether it's $1 or 1,000, it reflects the gratitude of those who love who you are, what you do, and how you do it. In that lies your value. That is crazy. Thank you so much. I like truly from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. I hope these lives, I don't go live often these days, but sometimes it does surprise me. This might sound weird, but I'm like, man, live can weigh on me, but then people are like, this brings me hope, or it helps, or I like what you do. So again, just thank you so much, Jay, from the bottom of my heart. Truly, it means the world. And you do not have to work on more. Just you being here means the absolute world. Who's in the room? No one's in the room with me. I looked over there because I heard a cracking sound, like a door rattle, or a wood plank, I speak with such intelligence, such coherence. It's actually beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. I speak so big. No, I heard something move over there, and I was making a joke. Sometimes there's just noises, and it scares me because I don't like ghosts, bro. And I'm like, hey, what's going on over there? Y'all good? How good over there? But no, I think there's stuff over there because I'm cleaning up. In fact, before we go to the next guest, crazy pool here, crazy pool. But you may notice, you may not, you probably no one notices this, but I'm sitting on a new chair right now. And the other chair I had when I moved to Chicago, okay, furnishing an apartment, I know so many of you know, I'm 24, I'm figuring these things out. I moved from Atlanta to Chicago. I picked a random city and I moved there for growth. I was like, I need to grow as a human being. I've lived here like a year now. And when I came and I started furnishing, really expensive, I needed a desk chair. And I was like, desk chairs are like nice, like desk chairs are one of those things that it's like, they're so expensive. Like one of those things that maybe you wouldn't expect to be so expensive, but it makes sense. It's like if you sit on something every day, you want it to be nice. And a shitty desk chair, if you sit in a chair all day, is really shitty, right? Anyways, so I went to my beautiful father and I said, I walked in to an area that was his, an area of the humble abode that he was staying in. And I said, Bob, excuse me, that chair, I'm taking it from you. And I took it. And because he's a loving father, he said, you know what? It's your lucky day. You can have that chair because I just ordered a new one. And I was like, wow, okay, amazing. So I took it. I loaded it in the back of my car. I drove 12 hours to Chicago. So I've had that chair over there forever. So I'm driving today. We're about to debate Trump supporter, I promise. If you double tap screen, if you're MAGA, I'm about to let you go. So I'm driving. So today, I've had that chair for like a year, right? It's a good, nice chair. Today I'm driving. I see a notification on my phone. Actually, yeah, it's fine. So I see a notification on my phone. You know how like I live at like I have an apartment complex. I own an apartment. I own it. I don't own it. At my apartment complex. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure that I think before I speak so I don't give out personally identifiable details here. I'm driving in my car and I get a notification. I have like an app where I pay rent and it says, we're going to call this person LeBron, the GOAT. We're going to call this person LeBron James because I don't want to give out identifiable features. I see a notification on my phone on the app I pay rent on. LeBron James posted in the marketplace. I said to myself, I completely forgot that this was a thing. It's not really utilized much, but my apartment, it's like if you have something you want to sell, you can post in a little place where other people in the apartment complex can see it. And normally, because nothing's ever posted there, I'm like, oh, okay, like I forgot about it. But I saw this notification, I was like, oh, okay, let me click on it. Clicked on it. This chair, my guy, he's like, I'm moving. $50. This chair right here, retail, $900. Great condition. He was like, I just replaced the arms. I messaged immediately. I said, buddy, my slime, let me grab that chair. So I got this chair. And crazy steal, crazy lucky steal. I bet I could throw this on Facebook Marketplace right now for like $300 at least. But I'm not, because I'm gonna utilize it for sitting purposes. All right, we're gonna let up a Trump supporter now. Oh, what a say! I know what a find. What a fucking find. Guy got very lucky today. I won't lie. All right, if you're a Trump supporter, let me know. Chris for president, take all the chairs. Is that a Secret Labs chair? It is. It is. Isn't that crazy? It's pretty cozy. I'm kind of trying to like adjust to it though. It's weird. You know? I feel like is my head supposed to be on this pillow? I don't know. I feel like it needs like I feel like I'm trying to understand. You know, like the sitting part. The sitting part is hella cozy. Like it's a cozy ass chair. It's just like I don't know. I feel like my neck kind of hurts because I feel like I'm not used to like I don't know how my neck should be sitting, or I don't know if I should be like leaning. I don't know, dude. All right, maybe I'm thinking too hard about sitting. Google it. See, that's what I was thinking. I was like, oh, I should Google. But then I'm like, I'm like, dude, do we really have what it takes to be talking about politics if I'm Googling how to sit in a chair? Fuck. All right. Ergonomics. I'm an ergonomical type of guy. I've been told that before by many people. Guys, I'm just saying things that make no sense, just for the record, if you're confused. All right, if you're a Trump supporter, let me know. At least you're self-aware. Well, that's true. It's the first step to getting help. I'm an ergonomical type of guy. That's what my mom says. She says, wow, you're ergonomical. I'm just going to stop talking now. All right. My poor mother doesn't deserve this. And they say, wow. Your ergonomics are out of control, Jason says. Well, can't tame such an ergonomical type of guy. I speak so bigly. You're elevated. I don't participate in those activities. Participate in other activities. Drinking. But that's not my thing, actually. Hello? No, it's has to be a troll. There's no way he actually fell asleep. Yo, Rod. No, it's has. There's no way, right? Rod. Yo, on the YouTube side, is the audio good for the guest? Yo, Rod. My guy, Rod. I actually think you might. Damn, he actually he's actually, I do have a YouTube. It's Chris D. Mowry. I'm live over there right now. Sweet chair. Thanks. Damn, nice. I know, right, Jackie? No LEDs on the chair. Buddy is knocked. Well, maybe he's having good dreams about Democrats winning the midterms. If you're a Trump supporter, you can let me know. Am I supposed to maybe this goes on like my bro? That's a cozy ass one. I kind of feel like, hello, how the fuck does this be working, man? Chair is fine though. Chairs are expensive. No, they're hella expensive, dude. That's why I got so lucky. I was like, bro, talk to him. How am I supposed to be doing? It's like an airplane neck pillow. So more my neck. Maybe that's the problem. Yo, I think you're so right. Was that Jason? Maybe it is a lumbar. People are saying put that behind neck. Dude, that actually makes so much more sense. So it's like this. It's like, dude, I feel like I'm tweaking. I can't figure out how to sit in a chair. This definitely feels way better. It's actually really nice. But am I supposed to be doing stuff leaning back on it? Pause. Am I supposed to be doing stuff like this? Am I supposed to be like this? Just like when I'm taking a break? Do most people do, this is where you start to psych yourself out. Do most people do work every day in a chair like nothing behind their head? Most people are not working like this. I don't know anymore, dude. All right. Yo, Angie, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. That was not a very good video. I've kind of struggled the last day and a half on the YouTube side. I really appreciate you watching that most recent YouTube video. I was just like, sometimes I have to force myself to get one out even if I don't like it. And that one I just felt like I was just really struggling to I don't know, come up with a video I liked. So your hair is gold. Wow, you guys are so kind. You're overthinking, be natural. No, you're 100% right. You're 100% right. If you're a Trump supporter, you let me know. Jim says I don't work. The DNC pays big bucks. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. That was a joke.
Yo.
What's up?
Have you looked up on Google that if you're non-American, you can still get a social security number?
Yep. I mean,
Yeah. It's what's your point when you're saying there's no fraud? If all you need is a social security number and anyone can get one, I don't understand your logic.
So a social security number for my understanding is, and if I'm gonna fact check myself in a second, but a social security number for a non-citizen in the United States is different, literally physically laid out differently than an actual social security number. So it's easily identifiable as someone who's a non-citizen. And obviously, that type of number would be used to pay taxes, or I think you can apply for certain jobs. Let's see. Non-citizen, I'm going to fact check myself. Number of differences. Non-citizen social security numbers differ primarily by containing work authorization restrictions, unlike standard cards, or being replaced by an ITIN, an individual taxpayer identification number, which is laid out differently than a social security number. Non-citizens authorized to work receive cards enabling employment, while others may have cards that say, in all caps, valid for work only with DHS authorization, not valid for employment, printed on their cards. If a non-citizen is eligible for a social security number but needs to file a tax return, they must use a 9-digit ITIN, which starts with a 9 and is issued by the IRS. So yeah, I just think that these are like laid out. Like if you have a physical number, it's just like not going to be, a social security number's what, 323? Like three
I
digits.
mean, yours might be, but mine starts with something else.
No, I meant. Yeah, they all start with something different, but like 3 digits and then 2 digits and then 3 digits. Yeah, or 4 digits.
like,
I'm sorry, 3, 2, 4. Jesus.
An ITIN is different from a SSN. They can still get a SSN. So you read off what an ITIN is.
Yeah, but that social security number, if they had one, is gonna like I 2 things. Number one, like obviously have a lot of it's specifically for work purposes and going to have restrictions around it. Number 2, there has to be, if I again had to guess, there's a specific way that that's laid out to easily identify if somebody's a non-citizen. Even if it wasn't laid out that way, again, like obviously like those social security numbers are going to be cross-referenced. So
like what's your big issue with like having voter ID? Because it seems that every state, I mean, what it looks like is every state who doesn't have it is blue.
Right. So
It's fuck.
My issue is that there isn't any problem with voting right now, and we shouldn't make it harder for people to vote. So like there's no evidence of fraud. Nobody's provided any evidence of fraud. Donald Trump, Republicans, judges, Democrats, there is none. And like in these states that don't require an ID to vote, there isn't fraud occurring because it's practically impossible. Like, for example, I'm about to register to vote in Illinois. You don't need an ID to vote in Illinois. To register to vote in Illinois, I have to vote. I have to bring an ID. If I want to register online and then go vote for the first time and complete my registration, I have to bring an ID and I have to register with the social security number. So I have to bring an ID the first time I vote. And then I don't have to bring it again, because then after that, if I get a location, hey, go vote here, then they have my name at the voting location. I write down my name, I write down my signature and my address, and that will be cross-referenced with the information that they have. But in all these states, in however they differ, generally, like you can't just register to vote. The process to register to vote requires proof of citizenship, either an ID, a social security number, an ID physically present to give somebody when you either register or when you vote for the first time. Then after that, after you've been proven a citizen, then you don't need an ID because they can just cross-reference other things. If you don't have an ID, you may be able to provide, I don't know, maybe in some states you can show up somewhere to register with a social security number and like proof of, I don't know, a lease and all these things, and you can talk to someone in person and they'll cross-reference it with whatever state database. But all these things to say that like there just isn't evidence of fraud. So I don't know why we need voter ID laws. Like it just does. Okay. It's not a problem. And there is a lot of problems occurring right now. Like the president, like we don't have all the Epstein files, and the Department of Homeland Security is taking down files that show clear allegations against Donald Trump, people that the FBI interviewed, a girl between the ages of 13 and 15-year-old old that the FBI interviewed 3 separate times, alleging that Donald Trump raped her. Right?
Well,
inflation is rising because of his tariffs. U.S. citizens and children and U.S. troops are dying overseas in Iran. Like, there's all these actual problems. This is not one of them.
People are celebrating on the streets, like Iranians.
Sure, I'm more than happy to talk about that. But like, do you understand the point about like the voter ID thing?
Well, the voter ID, I get that you want it to be as easy as possible, but a lot of people they rather have fair elections, because any undocumented immigrant can get an ID, a driver's license, a social security number, and vote. So
you say a lot of people want fair elections. Do you have evidence that elections are not fair?
Yeah, the fact that all you need is a driver's license and a social security.
Do you have
there?
Do you have evidence that people who shouldn't be voting are voting?
I mean, if you have any logic.
No. Okay, so then, if you have any logic, so going down that idea, if you have any logic, then it's very simple. It's happening. But why has nobody been able to provide proof that that's happening? Why is Donald J. Trump not provided? If it's so simple and so logical and it must be happening in mass, why do I not have any evidence of it? Why does no one have evidence of it?
Probably because something in that big of a scale, 40, whatever, how many million people vote every year, it's probably hard to keep track of.
Wait, so it's happening in such large of a scale, it's hard to keep track of. Therefore, you can't even name a single, no, the president can't name a single person.
Do you know how votes are counted?
Dude, this cannot be
You know how votes are counted? They're counted across 100,000 individuals who count our votes. You think they're going to go down to every individual and watch every individual count each vote? It's probably a very hard thing, to prove. So
okay.
let's just cut the bullshit and make sure that it's fair and free, rather than just having a social security number and an ID in order to vote, because anyone can get that.
So
and
again,
it's not free or fair.
So again, there's no evidence that it's not free or fair. It's that we.
But what's the process?
Can I finish speaking? There's no evidence that anyone's provided that it's not free or fair. You just said in a bunch of words, I feel like it's not fair. Well, a lot of Americans feel like, the earth is flat. I don't care how they feel. I go by facts over feelings, as Ben Shapiro once claimed. And so therefore, there's no evidence. Number two, to that point,
process?
I don't believe that Donald Trump wants fair and free elections. Was the 2020 election stolen?
That was the first time we ever had that many
Yes or no?
ballots.
Was the 2020 election stolen?
I would think, yeah, to be honest.
You would think, yeah.
Yeah, I would.
Do you have any evidence of that?
Yeah, the fact that our system still doesn't have fair elections. What's
Okay,
the process?
but okay, you keep going on this thing, but I don't even.
You're not answering. What's
No.
the process to vote?
I am more than happy I'm telling you, we can go back down this line of talking about why the process to vote currently is fair. But before we go down here's why it's logically not fair. The largest, most powerful country on the face of the planet in the most complex society to ever exist in human history, and you're telling me that you believe that the 2020, that the federal government pulled off rigging the 2020 election before anyone goes to logically how it was done, which is a very important piece. I would like at least a single shred of evidence that it actually happened. Donald Trump hasn't provided that. Republicans haven't provided that. This is the most scrutinized election of all time. Do you have any evidence that it was stolen?
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand how Biden gets more votes than Obama.
Okay, but you don't
and more votes than anyone else on history. When a lot of people, whether you're Democrat or not, wouldn't vote for Biden again. That's why you guys put Kamala Harris in there. But besides all that bullshit that I just said, the process of voting in today's world is all you need is an ID and a social security number, and any person can get that.
So two things.
That's what I'm saying.
So that's
the number one point.
Two things before I go to last. That's not evidence, right? That's how you feel. A lot of Americans. Hold on. A lot of Americans again feel like the Earth is flat. That doesn't make it true. You feel like 80 million people didn't vote for Joe Biden. I don't care. Again, in what is supposed in such a that would be the largest scandal maybe in American history at that time. And and no one can provide any evidence of it happening. You just feel like it happened.
Dude,
this is absurdity. And I just want to be clear. When we talk about the 2020 election, Donald Trump at the time, and we have all of this based on subpoena text messages, number one, and based off people testifying in front of Congress under oath.
I don't really care about all that.
Okay, but hold on. I promise I will acknowledge what you're trying to say. Donald Trump's FBI director, his attorney general, his chief of staff, and his children all testified that they told the president there was no fraud and they couldn't find the fraud. Okay, the only person who believes that there was 2020 election fraud in the government is Donald J. Trump. He was told by all of his advisors that it didn't exist. He was told by the closest people to him that it didn't exist, and those people that he hand selected besides his children, have all come out and said that he's the worst president to ever exist and cares more about himself than anyone else, which I firmly believe. So again, the fraud doesn't exist. To the second point, do I understand what you're saying? No, because again, to vote, you need a social security number that proves that you're a citizen. When you're referencing getting a social security number for a non-citizen, again, it's going to be like identifiable that you're a non-citizen, so you're not going to be allowed to register to vote.
Okay, so I think what we're disagreeing on is that, because when you look it up on Google, can a non-American, can a non-U.S. citizen, whatever you want to put in there, get a social security number? It will say yes. So that's what we're disagreeing on.
But
Google agrees with me. Google disagrees with you.
Okay, but if you type in that, so like if somebody types in that, so let's keep this really simple.
I typed it in.
Okay, I know. If Google, Jesus. If somebody goes to register to vote and that social security number is inputted, is it going to show up that they're a citizen or a non-citizen?
Who knows? It's whatever the counter, whoever's counting the vote, is going to look at, right?
No, that's going to be a multi-step process. Like that's going to involve other people, like at the state level, right?
Okay,
and again, I think so like you understand that like a lot of social security numbers have identifiable, like their numbers are not just random.
Yeah,
if you were born before like 2012. The first 3 digits of your social security number are based on the area you were born in the United States. Did you know that?
Yeah. Well.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Right. So.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Right. So if there's a non-citizen with a social security number and it's identifiable that they're a non-citizen through the social security number, they're not going to be able to register to vote.
I don't know how you link what you just said to that at all. You can communicate what you're saying.
Do you have any evidence that non-citizens are voting? It's a yes or no. It's just a yes or no question. It's it. Not the fact.
Yeah, I do. But It seems like I gotta explain it deeply to you. Like I go on Google, I see can a non.
I bet I can find this so quickly. This is what I should have just. Blah, 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 blah. Types of social security cards. So again, you're going to get a different social security card if you're a non-citizen. Shows your name and social security number with the restriction, quote, valid for work only with DHS authorization. Or, quote, not valid for employment. We issue these if you need a number because of a federal law requiring a social security number to get a benefit or service. So again, same concept here. Your social security number is going to tell people, tell whoever, whatever state you're voting with. It's going to tell state officials whether you're a U.S. citizen or not a U.S. citizen. Even if you're a non-citizen with a social security number, that social security number is pretty clearly labeled by DHS as a non-citizen. Remember, folks, the lesson from World War II and Nazi Germany is not to look at a group of people and a time in history, a country who did something uniquely evil, full of uniquely evil people. It's about a very, very small set of uniquely evil people, and how very normal people, very normal everyday people like you and I, could be walked to helping commit the worst atrocities of all time and ushering in a dictator with a mustache. How people like doctors and mothers and the person who sells you baked goods down the road are good, fundamentally good people, and allow authoritarianism to take hold. That's the lesson from World War II. It's not that people were. It's not that there was a group of uniquely. It's not that there was a group of uniquely evil people. It's the exact opposite. If you're a Trump supporter, you can let me know. Hello.
Hi,
Hi. Howdy.
20.
Fantastic. Talk to me. Oh my goodness. Before, really quick.
Voted for Trump.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, real quick. Jason and Jafer. Can we get 1,000,000 W's in the chat real quick? $20 on Venmo is so unbelievably kind, and I want to be so clear. Again, not something I take for granted. Can we get 1,000,000 W's in the chat for Jason and Jafer? These great people, great. They're always so supportive. Great mods. I love you guys. Thank you so much. From the bottom of my heart, truly. Launch on us tomorrow. Appreciate all you do. Jafer and Jason K. You guys are the best, okay? You guys are the absolute best. I will take you up on that offer. I appreciate you so much. There's a new place I discovered. It's like Korean bowls, okay? They have Korean barbecue, some rice, corn, carrots. Absolutely unbeatable stuff. I love you. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I really, 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 really appreciate you and Cheyenne. Thank you so much for $10 over on PayPal from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Again, I just want to be, I know I say it all so many times, but I mean it. Not something I take for granted ever. Thank you so much for $10. Really goes a long way. A couple Celsiuses there. Maybe price Celsius is going up. Might be Donald Trump's fault. It's at least 2, maybe 3. Might be able to squeeze out a third there. Probably not. I think it's like $10. And still, it's 3. Been a while since I caught you stream. You look and sound so different. So I did some looking and I saw the surgery. I'm happy you are recovering. Oh, thank you so much, Cheyenne. You're so kind. Well, do I look different? I shouldn't. Well, I don't know if that's a good thing. How different do I look? Different in a bad way? Maybe gained a little weight. It's not a good thing. Well, wow. Well, thank you so much. I did get nasal surgery, but it shouldn't have affected my looks. Maybe it's because I'm happier. I can breathe oxygen. I have more pigmentation. Is that the right word? I have more. That might not be the right word. I have more life to my face. Anyways, I'm sorry. Jesus God. All right. Pigmentation was not the right word. I apologize. That didn't. More life to my face. We live in a society. Thank you so much, Shine. Talk to me.
Okay, we ready?
Yes.
All right, so, I kind of wanted to talk about not the IDs, but the whole foreign policy situation.
Yeah, let's start with the foreign policy situation. Voted for Trump. No,
Yeah.
obviously, like some confusion on my end. No new wars guy, no regime change guy.
Yeah,
If you
so
vote for Biden, you'll be ushered into war. So let's hear it.
So the way I interpreted no new wars, right? I think the context is very important. You got to tie it in with something else that Trump said very often, and so did JD Vance. Peace through strength. During Biden's presidency, there was 2 wars that broke out, 2 big wars, one in the Middle East and one between Ukraine and Russia. And I think the way a lot of people interpreted that situation, and the way that I interpreted that situation, is that those wars broke out under Biden instead of under Trump, because the leaders of those countries that were starting the wars, the leaders of Russia and the leaders of Iran, were not afraid of what Biden's response would be, but they were afraid of what Trump's response would be, because they know that Trump is more of a risk taker and he's more willing to, do things that are, a little bit crazy, a little bit erratic, a little bit unpopular. Whereas Biden is kind of known for, playing it safe and not really taking any major risks or having any serious response.
Being
And
being a
that's
foreign
you could,
being a foreign policy expert. Continue.
being a, I don't want to like, I don't even know if I could say it, but like being a wuss. Like, he wasn't known for being that. Trump's kind of known, like, you could say what you want about Trump, and I don't. There's a lot of things I dislike about Trump, but I think, like, Trump has some balls. Trump's willing to do things, and we've seen it firsthand here. So I think that having that, president that's like willing to put his foot down and take action, I think is a better deterrence, and in the long term will prevent wars than having a president that isn't willing to use our military, isn't willing to like make big decisions against other countries.
Okay. Well, a couple things here. Number one, like I certainly don't believe that Biden didn't do anything. I actually think that, especially when it comes to Ukraine and Russia, there was arguments from especially the right that he was, by, for example, authorizing Ukraine to use long-range missiles inside of Russia, that he was, edging us toward World War III because he was being too aggressive. Furthermore, like, I certainly disagree with the way I understand. I mean, I think Donald Trump's exact quote was, quote, "Under me, you will not see war with Iran," end quote. Like, this idea, before we could get into a back and forth about how we interpret Donald Trump, I guess the better question then is, why are we currently, what no one can answer for me, and the administration certainly doesn't have an answer for this, is why we are doing this. Like,
Well, our strategy,
why is this currently happening?
I'll tell you. I think Trump's strategy,
Wait,
it's
hold on.
for,
I'm so sorry to cut you off. Genuinely, you're being respectful. But before you go to, you think Trump's strategy is, like, what do we know about why we engaged in imminent, intense strikes against Iran that has led to 6 American troops dying? There has to be a clear, I feel like there should be a clear, either, for example, they were about to launch a strike, or this was going to happen imminently. Therefore, we were willing to take the risk because right now there are not only children that are dead, hundreds of people dying, but there are families right now in the United States waiting to get their kids home that they're about to bury. So, like, why?
I'll tell you. Well, as far as imminent reasons, one, they were, enriching uranium, right?
Okay.
And, them having nuclear weapons is a threat to America and a threat to the whole world because, frankly, I don't trust them, especially with that.
So,
And two, they were, unaliving a lot of protesters, right? Because people were protesting government.
okay.
And Trump said, you got to stop doing that, or bad things are going to happen, right? And then they didn't stop doing it.
Got it. So two things. To the first point, the uranium thing is very confusing because Donald Trump, I thought, bombed their nuclear programs and, again, by his own words, completely and totally destroyed them. The administration said it would be years before they could even attempt to build a nuclear weapon. So either A, they were lying, or B, they were wrong, or C, our intelligence was wrong and they didn't know it was wrong. Because it can't be both, right? I mean, I was watching Donald Trump threaten media companies 6 weeks ago. He threatened CNN for suggesting that he said, I don't know what the exact, I'm phrasing here, but paraphrasing here, but, the CNN, MSNBC, these people are suggesting that there still could be something left of their nuclear program, or they got uranium out. They did not. And someone should sue them, or blah, blah, blah. It's completely and totally obliterated. I obliterated it. I did it. So that's very confusing.
I think we definitely, did major damage to it. I don't know, exactly, I mean, I'm not totally sure on, how much uranium they had in terms of, kilograms or anything.
Right. So, when we, again,
they had any left, but I think they probably were rebuilding it. And,
so Donald Trump was wrong.
Well, I don't think Trump, claimed that it was permanently destroyed.
That's pretty much his exact quote, completely and totally obliterated.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's impossible to rebuild something, right? you can just something can still be rebuilt if the people are willing to rebuild it.
Okay, and them saying that it would take 5 to 10 years for them to get the chance to rebuild a nuclear weapon.
5 to 10. I mean, I don't.
I mean,
I'm not sure how accurate that is.
we can't
Probably
go
not.
from. I mean, we cannot go from. We completely and totally destroyed and obliterated their nuclear program. This is peace through strength. We don't have to go to war because there is no nuclear program. To 6 weeks later, we're attacking because there is a nuclear program. And I want to be clear here. Donald Trump said that they were 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon today, but before that point, the administration had not brought up a nuclear weapon. And in fact, Marco Rubio said that the reason that we engaged was because Israel was going to launch a strike, and President Trump had the strength to know that if we didn't go with Israel, there would be more casualties, so we had to. He walked that comment back a day later, but like you see very quickly here how like so many of these justifications just don't make any sense. And to the second point, they're slaughtering protesters. Like, give me a fucking break. Donald Trump and certainly the base of Trump supporters, they do not give a fuck if people are being slaughtered in the street. His main platform was mass deportations. Now, it doesn't matter where they came from. It doesn't matter if they're being trafficked. It doesn't matter if they come from gangs. It's not our issue, and we're wasting taxpayer dollars. Quote, America first. Put American citizens first. And now I'm supposed to believe that anyone on the MAGA side or Donald Trump cares that thousands of Iranians are being slaughtered by a dictator? Come on, right? It's very clear here that there is not really a good justification for this. At least I mean, I had a Trump supporter in here earlier who said, yeah, he's lying. Like he just did it because he wanted to. I mean, that is accurate. I probably agree with that. I also think that it's more likely, besides just wanting to, that this is the most corrupt president we've ever seen, and he's making an enormous amount of money personally from Saudi Arabia, from the UAE, Qatar, and from Qatar. Qatar gave him a jet. You don't enrich somebody by $1 billion personally and not expect something in return. Those Gulf states have always, Saudi Arabia specifically, very interested in toppling the Iranian regime. So I think that, it's time. A lot of those countries said, it's return on investment time. Like you're going to, we enriched you by $1 billion. Saudi Arabia builds Trump Organization properties all over the place. They're currently building them. They have built them. The UAE funds Live Golf, which holds, is competing with the PGA. They hold events at, down in Florida for Donald Trump all the time. Qatar gives him a jet. The UAE partnered with the Trump Organization and funded hundreds of millions of dollars into the Trump Organization's crypto ventures. All of those things have personally enriched Donald Trump by over, I would guess, $500 million at least. It's return on investment time. Some of those answers that I just gave are far more logical than like any of these other conversations.
Let me address all those points, right? For one, it doesn't matter whether or not Iran was going to have nuclear weapons in 2 weeks or in 5 years. The fact that they were going to have them at all is bad. Okay, I don't want them to have I don't.
So
care
why
if they're
did
gonna have
Trump?
it
Wait.
5
So
years
why
from
did
now.
Trump not
We
do
don't
it in
want
his?
them to have
So why did Trump not do this in his first term?
in his first term. I mean, I think the the political situations, the geopolitical situations have changed, right?
But
Iran has done a lot of bad stuff since Trump's
But
first
do you see how? And look, do you see how even like they're starting the argument with, it doesn't matter if it's 2 weeks. I don't think that they should have them at all. Okay, but that now we're moving away from justifying a very intense imminent strike, like in justifying what like. And I've heard
I'm going to address that too.
Okay.
Right. When we say, the issue isn't necessarily about I say it's not even about the protesters. It's about the fact that we told a dictator to do something, stop killing protesters, and he didn't do it, right? And if we tell someone to, and they don't do it, we have to do something. There has to be consequences.
Wait.
Because we can't set a precedent that people can just ignore.
Wow.
It's not good for our foreign
that
policy.
is crazy. That is, shout out. I know some people in here won't love Ezra Klein. Ezra Klein just did a piece that you literally just described Ezra Klein's explanation on Trump's foreign policy, which is head on a pike foreign policy.
I don't know who that is.
He's a liberal commentator. His explanation for why Trump did what he did is our foreign policy is no longer, we don't care about who dies. We don't care about international law. We don't care what other people think. If you have somebody, a leader, who doesn't do what Trump says or wants, we will kill him or her or take them. And that's pretty much what you described.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's really bad.
I think it's great.
Okay.
I think
regardless
these
of wait, hold on,
dictators-
time out. Regardless of international law, regardless of the potential ample amount of death that comes after that. Like, I just want to be clear, the Iranian, like as Iran stands right now, if we were to take every country on earth, some of the most documented human rights violations via the UN come out of Iran. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. But again, like, we're spitting in the face of international law, and we're also spitting in the face of any type of cohesion around our foreign policy besides just we feel like it. It has little to do with like the Iranian regime themselves and more to do with, hey, they are not doing what we want. And furthermore, the death that comes after that. I mean, there was a missile, an Israeli/US funded taxpayer missile that slammed into a school, and 130 school children were instantly eviscerated. I want you to think about that for a second. There are over 100 parents in Iran right now who sent their children to school, and then a bomb fell and they never saw their kids again, okay? Little girls, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old, instantly eviscerated by a taxpayer-funded missile. The amount of death and destruction that will come from what we are talking about right now, a foreign policy of we do what we want when we feel like it, is so A, immoral, B, abhorrent, C, doesn't help U.S. What we want from the U.S. around the world, and also really isolates us. It'll cause, I mean, that type of foreign policy will cause our country to fall apart. We already saw the U.K. say we're not helping in this illegal incursion. All of the allies we've spent 100 years building despise us, and we're becoming more and more isolated and weaker because of these decisions.
Okay, let me address those points one at a time. For one, it's terrible that it's terrible that a school was hit, right? Obviously, that shouldn't happen, and we should avoid doing that. But if you look at how many people the Iranian government.
But
I mean,
that's
they've been killing
not.
thousands
But
of
that's.
protesters.
But that's not why Donald Trump did what he did. You told me that Donald Trump did what he did because, in general, our foreign policy should be: if a dictator doesn't listen to us, then we do what we want.
Yes.
Okay.
We should. A dictator should. Yeah.
So
okay.
does
Okay,
the hold on?
yeah.
So does the death and destruction that come from that matter? Yes or no? Because if this
Does it
instance.
matter?
Doesn't matter if everybody if 100,000 people die tomorrow in Iran, are you going to say, well, I mean, yeah, it's bad and it's worse than, let's say, things that we have been seeing, but they didn't listen? I'm trying to understand if you value.
It does matter. Yes, it does matter.
Okay, so you do. So you do.
Yeah. Right. Yes, it does matter. That's why it applies to like dictators. Right. Like. Iran, we're saving lives in Iran right now because their dictator was taking out way more people than that. We're saving lives.
Wait.
So if you actually cared about,
how do you know? No. How do you know we're saving lives? That's absurd. You know how else we were saving lives? By invading Iraq. We were saving lives in Iraq, okay? And then Iraq led to 20 years of the U.S. overseas fighting terrorism, and 500,000, maybe 1 million Iraqis dead. 500,000 people died, at least, at the hands of the U.S. government involvement in Iraq. And the argument was the regime will fall in 2 weeks. They did. And we'll go into Afghanistan. It'll all work out. It'll be great. And then it didn't work out. Obama is a president I very much like. Okay? Libya is another great example of this. Their leader was shooting chemical weapons by every metric, and the UN had clear evidence that not only was he shooting chemical weapons, he was lining up women and children and shooting them in the back of the head. So we went in and we toppled them. Right now, Libya is an open slave market, okay? And Barack Obama has talked relentlessly about that. That is one of his biggest regrets that keeps him up at night, that it was the right decision to go in. What happened after that was a complete disaster. We didn't stay long enough. We created a void. And now, for a ton of people in Libya, believe it or not, it is so much worse than it was before, which is pretty hard to say, but it's true. It's an open fucking slave market. So again, we are going back to the original conversation of regime change. Every single time that we have attempted to do this and get rid of bad dictators, which I support I don't support the Iranian regime, and I agree that they have led to an ample amount of death and destruction. There is not a single time in U.S. history, really, where we have attempted to do this, and it has not led to ample amount of death. And so to say, like, oh, you don't really care because, or the Iranian regime's killed tons of people. Donald Trump's already said that this will be a weeks-long campaign at a minimum. And so I'm not convinced at all that a lot more people aren't going to die. And we learned today with confirmation that the CIA has been funding Kurdish forces that are now starting their offensive. So although the Trump administration is saying, or Trump is claiming that he may still negotiate with the regime that's left, it's very clear that they're going to topple the regime. And the CIA and Donald Trump's White House have been funding Kurdish forces to do so. And they are currently going on an offensive as we speak. So when the Kurdish forces take over Iran, what's going to happen after that?
Well, the Kurds are kind of on our side.
Okay, but do you understand how this is like the whole regime change thing has never worked ever?
I don't know that, like, I'm not an expert on the history.
Okay,
right?
well, the history is that like
But-
1 million Iraqis are dead because we walked into Afghanistan and Iraq, spent over $1 trillion, and we got nothing from it. Nothing. So that's a great example, the most recent example. Barack Obama, the second most recent example. Well, actually, that would be more recent than Bush. Libya is infinitely, depends who you ask, but certainly not better than it was when Assad was, again, shooting people in the back of the head and using chemical weapons. It is a current open slave market. I like Barack Obama, and I at least appreciate the fact that he went in to Libya with good intentions, with good facts, and foreign policy. The whole reason I'm saying all this is because foreign policy and these engagements is really, 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 really complicated and hard, which is why every single time we have tried to enact regime change, it fails miserably, and a lot of people die.
Iran used to have like a better system of government before the Islamic Revolution.
Yes.
I think there's a lot more potential for that instance that they could go back to that.
Okay.
But my point was never that,
So now we're supporting regime change, which Donald Trump said, quote, I won't do the same old regime
well,
change.
my point wasn't that, it's about saving people or whatever. My point was that it is about America, because it's about when people, when you tell people to do stuff, you need them to listen to you, right? And you need to set a good precedent that,
Why?
if you don't listen to us, bad things happen, right?
So
Otherwise, no one will ever listen
we
to
shouldn't
us.
have to listen to international law. We should just be able to boss around the whole world and say, if you don't do what we want when we want.
Yes. What is the point of having the?
So
what's
you
the
don't
point of
believe
being
in
the
it.
most
Hold on, I just want to be
powerful
clear.
country?
You don't believe in international law.
International, it doesn't do anything. I mean, they weren't following international law. What was their consequence? I mean,
So the United
international law is like,
so based on how we feel when we feel it, if people don't listen, if leaders around, if the world doesn't listen to what we want when we want it, we should be able to do what we want when we want it. Is that correct?
it's not that we should be able to. It's that we can, right? Because we're the most powerful country in the world, right? What's the point of being the most powerful country in the world if you're just going to get bitched around all the time? It's like, what's even the point of having this big of a military? Why don't we just get rid of our military? No, I mean, if we're the most powerful country in the world, we should be able to influence other countries to get them to do what we want. That's like the purpose of being the most powerful. And I think that these dictators are a real threat to us, right? I think that Russia and China and Iran and Venezuela and all these other countries, right? I think that, in North Korea, they clearly don't like us, and they're clearly working together. And I think we need to show them, like, don't mess around with us, because, we're not just going to take.
So a couple things. So, I mean, I'm just like kind of sitting here dumbfounded, grossed out. I mean, yeah, like I just think like what you're describing, like I think we should follow international law, and like the reason, like what's the point of having a country if we don't get to boss other people around? Like I don't know, there's just like a shred of humanity here. There's like billions of other people who live lives every single day. Those lives, whether they're wherever they are, and whether they're in Iran or Turkey or Saudi Arabia or whatever, like instantly like ripped up and eviscerated because we feel like doing something pretty easy for us to say sitting over here, like very cozy. I think that there should be international law that all countries should follow. I think the U.S. oftentimes doesn't do a great job of that. I'm not even gonna. I just like can't even believe.
They, I don't think Iran
Hold
was
on.
following it either.
Yeah, of course they're not fucking following it. Of course, right? No shit. Anyways, before you speak again, I really have nothing else to say. But I do want to say this because it's fascinating, the concept of like Biden being a wuss, I guess, on these issues. Not only did Russia very much want Donald Trump in office, and we have very clear evidence of that, partly where a lot of the Hunter Biden stuff came from. There's a great book that's written by a man named Bob Woodward, who originally exposed, a great journalist who exposed a lot of corruption in the Nixon administration and the Trump administration. And as he coins, he often wakes up every day and thinks to himself, quote, what are the bastards hiding? Because he always believes that at the top of government is where you lose democracy. There's some amount of corruption happening behind closed doors. Now corruption is happening right out in the open in front of all of our faces. Donald Trump sells pardons to the highest bidder and goes after his political opponents, whatever. His phrase being democracy dies in darkness. Bob Woodward. He wrote a book on Joe Biden's administration, and he wrote about the most tense time in the Biden administration that nobody knows about. Because it really wasn't public until this book, which was after Biden's presidency. But right in the beginning of Russia's invasion in Ukraine, this would be the most tense time in the Biden White House. It's like, I guess, early 2022. And the CIA comes to Joe Biden and says, we've assessed that there's a 50% chance that Russia's going to use a tactical nuclear weapon in Ukraine. They're about to use it, essentially. And so Biden says something to the effect to Jake. I'm blanking on this person's name that I can see in my head. But Biden says something to the effect of, get the goddamn Russians on the phone, supposedly. And over the next 3 days, in what was very, very, very tense time, they would go to the Russians, and Joe Biden and Lloyd Austin, and I don't know why I'm blanking on the third, young white-looking dude that I can't remember his name, would lay out to the Russians all the evidence that they have that this is occurring. And Biden is essentially saying, like he said to Putin before the war, like, I have people a lot closer to you, and U.S. intelligence does, than you realize. And so they go to the Russians and they lay out this evidence, and Lloyd Austin says to the then Russian defense minister, we know you're about to use a tactical nuclear weapon in Ukraine. I suggest you don't do that. You think you're isolated around the world now. You will be far more isolated if you do this. The Russian prime minister responded and said something to the effect of, I don't take kindly to being threatened. And Lloyd Austin, sitting next to Joe Biden, said, I lead the largest military on the face of the planet and the most powerful in human history. I don't make threats, and hung up the phone. There would then be 2 more days of conversations about the intelligence that the U.S. had, and clearly showing Russia that we knew what they were doing. So the Russians called back 3 days later and said, all right, you were right. We were about to use a tactical nuclear weapon in Ukraine, but we were going to do so because the Ukrainians were going to use a dirty bomb. They were going to use chemical weapons, and we had to protect our citizens. And the United States and Joe Biden and Lloyd Austin and Jake Sullivan, that's what I was thinking of, Jake Sullivan, knew that they were going to say that because our intelligence is so good. And they then laid out, no, we know you're lying. You're not telling the truth. You don't want to go down this road. This is how we know you're lying, because we have people close to you that I promise you don't realize. Don't do this. Or bad things will happen. And then the Russians would back off, and the CIA would walk back into Joe Biden's office and say that they had assessed that the threat had gone back down to 5%. That's a great example right there of a group of people who are working as a team, who are coherent when it comes to foreign policy, taking a very strong stance, learning that Russia is about to do something so atrocious and egregious, and saying, if you do this, really, really bad things will happen. And Joe Biden directly telling Vladimir Putin, suggesting that he actually had people in the Kremlin that Vladimir Putin didn't know about. That's partly why Putin and the Russians would invest their time in helping Donald Trump win. The main person who testified with Republicans about Hunter Biden's corruption scandal would end up admitting to the FBI under oath that he was being fed fake information from the Russian intelligence community, essentially the Kremlin, directly sending people to be next to Republicans to claim Biden fraud, Biden fraud. That's because they knew that if they could convince the United States to vote for a guy who doesn't care about democracy and is completely and totally incoherent on foreign policy and is not interested in surrounding himself with people who are interested in foreign policy, but interested in surrounding himself with loyalists. That's why 40 of his 44 cabinet members from his first term didn't endorse him and most of his national security, actually all of his national security advisors, said that he was one of the most incompetent, scary people they had ever talked to, and that's why Donald Trump's hand-selected chairman of the Joint Chiefs, arguably the highest military general in the land during his first term, said that Donald Trump cared more about himself than anyone else and was akin to a dictator, and that he was terrified to work under him. All that to say, Joe Biden certainly wasn't weak on foreign policy, and the Russians and the Chinese and partly the Iranians convinced they didn't have to beat the American. They convinced the American people, or they realized that they didn't have to beat the American people on the battlefield. They could convince the American people to go vote for the guy that doesn't care about them, and he would rip them apart from the inside. So I certainly do not believe all that to say that Donald Trump's doing this for interest. Certainly has nothing to do, I believe, with the Russians, and he is making a fuckload of money off the Saudi Arabians and the Russians as well. So I think he's doing this probably for different reasons. That's my rant. You should read War by Bob Woodward. Thanks for joining my live stream. Can't believe I can't believe it. You know, it could have been a movie scene, dude. The greatest country on earth taken over by like the smart, super smart spies who like come down and I don't even know, do some crazy, super smart shit we weren't prepared for. Crazy hacker mode. Nah, none of that. The Russians were like, you know, the American people, I have no fucking idea what's going on. Let's see if we can get them to vote for this fucking movie star who has no idea what's going on, who loves us, who makes money off of us. And now every day in the Kremlin, they just like pop bottles. And they're like, fuck, dude, this is great. Diana, thanks for joining the Maori Squad over on YouTube. Holy shit, I can't believe it's already 11 p.m. That is nutty. That is nutty. Not a movie star. Good point. Good point. Oh my God. Can we get $1 million W's for Bunky? I love you so much. $50 on the YouTube Super Chat. Literally incredible. Chris, for your courage and conviction to fight. That is insane, by the way. $50 is fucking nuts. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Chris, for your courage and conviction to fight for democracy and stand up for those that have no platform or voice, you now have a Valkyrie to protect you. Valkyrie? I don't. This might be because of my incompetence, but I don't understand what the last part of that means. But thank you so much for $50, Bunky. That's literally insanely kind. Can we get like $1 million W's in the chat? Oh my God, I just X'd out my chat by accident. Bro, why? No. Thank you so much. That's like really kind, actually, like genuinely from the bottom of my heart. Hold on, let me see if I can pull up the chat. Bunky, I literally love you so much. You're the best. It's like an angel figure. Yo, that's sick. Bunky, I love you. You're amazing. Thank you so fucking much. Truly, from the bottom of my heart, I love you. Can we get $1 million W's in the chat? Forever grateful. Truly, 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 I appreciate you. God damn, you guys are so kind. 14, maybe Australian dollars. I should know this currency. As an Australian veteran who almost died fighting a war, wow, started by a Republican president, I used to have immense respect for your country. This war is lunacy. Thanks, Chris, for giving me some hope. Wow, that's actually a really fucking powerful comment. Holy shit. Can we get $1 million W's in the chat for Ian? Thank you for your service fighting alongside Americans, I can only assume at that time. Our allies gave up so much in the past to help us. It's the only time Article 5 was ever invoked was after 9/11. And all of our allies came immediately to our aid and were willing to do whatever. And we just fucking spit all over that, so I'm so sorry. But Ian, I appreciate you. I appreciate you a lot. I really, really appreciate that level of support. It goes such a long way. Huge W's. Thank you. That's powerful. Ian, truly, really grateful. Paul, thank you so much for $5. You guys are so fucking kind. Appreciate your work talking sense to these individuals. Paul, thank you. You're so kind. Of course. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate $5. Quick Celsius in the morning genuinely goes a long way. I mean it. And we'll go with Kun 3584. Thank you so much for $5, you guys. Dude, literally, I just want to say, I know I say it so much, but I can't say it enough. So grateful. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. 3584 Kun, maybe? Kian? Good. Well, there's like, it's 2 parts. Neat. Didn't know you do streams too. Been seeing you pop up. Love your stuff. Thank you. Your communication skills are invaluable. Oh, wait. Inviolable. Incisive and cogent. Wow. That's a really fucking... Yours are more than mine. Look at the way I just said that. Yours are so much more than mine. So much big. So much bigly mine than mine. Bigly words. I clearly am not very good at being cogent. But thank you, genuinely, for the kind words. That actually means so much. That's like one of the best compliments ever. Thank you so much for $5. Really, really appreciate you. I said, this dude said, you're cogent. I said, or what did he say? He's like, you're very, okay. Sorry, chat. He's like, you're so intelligent and well-spoken. You're, you're so well-spoken. I'm like, you more big than me. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Emma, so much more bigly. Wow. Claudia, thank you for being here. My mom is loving your live. Yo, Son. I'm sorry. We're going to go with King Lux 4000, a.k.a. Sumya. I can read. I can read and write and spell. Tell your mom I love her. Mrs. Person's mom, I love you. You're amazing. Jesus, dude, I'm actually kind of struggling here. Struggling to say words. So that's a good thing. Wow, we've actually kind of like been on for a while, dude. Shout out. What happened to my dad's chair? It's right over there. Don't worry. Were you here for my story, Marissa, about this other chair? It's a bigly chair. Great chair. W Moms, Phoebe says. Ken's Phoebe, thanks for being here. You guys are always here. I appreciate you so much. Bigly words, start your strong suit, but cooking MAGA sure is. Well, wow, that's very kind. How to sit in your new chair? You gotta know, listen, I think there were several people who said this. Invaluable. I mean, dude, like you know what? This is, I'm about to do the type of self-reflection I wish MAGA would, okay? The self-reflection I'm doing right now is, okay, I didn't understand how to sit comfortably in a new chair that I bought. And my live stream very quickly pointed out that instead of the pillow being here, it should be down more near my neck. So if I'm having trouble understanding how to sit in a chair, I think to myself, should I really be online talking about politics and foreign policy and domestic policy, and should my whole life be politics? That's actually a valid question. That's a valid question. It's a valid question. Maybe I need to work on my critical thinking skills. Okay. With that being said, when MAGA comes up here and old Joe down the road wants to tell me that we struck Iran because Trump's the best ever and it doesn't matter and he's the best and foreign policy is so simple, I wish John would think the same, which is, is foreign policy really this simple? If I work construction and like I can barely figure out my left from my right, if I wake up in the morning, I take my toothbrush and I accidentally shove it up my ass instead of using it to brush my teeth because I get confused, should I be speaking on foreign policy issues? I wish that MAGA would do that. They don't. I just did it. I did the self-reflection. It's kind of dumb. It's kind of dumb that I'm sitting here like I don't know how to sit in a chair. Okay? So I'm going to take a step back for a second. Maybe I shouldn't suggest that I know everything because I don't know how to sit. Boom. But now, like, the neck, is it... Ow. Sitting is hard, dude. True Cut Designs, what's up? We do live in a society. Accountability. Man. I'm being accountable. I'm being accountable. If you're a Trump supporter, you can let me know. Yeah, that was my neck popping, unfortunately. Wow, this is good. This is insane news right here. Miami's GOP secretary. Wait, what is this? Where is this? Let's see. The secretary of the Miami. There's a group chat that leaked. The secretary of the Miami-Dade GOP, the FIU College Republicans membership director, and the FIU Turning Point chapter president. So this would include some younger Republican officials and college people relating to Turning Point USA and Republican movements on college campuses. Their group chat got leaked at 10:59 a.m. last year, September 2025. William said, quote, "Kill N-words, behead N-words, roundhouse kick a N-word into the concrete, slam dunk blank baby into a trash can, quote, crucify filthy blank, defecate in a blank's food, launch blank into the sun." The N-word with the hard R here is used a billion times. "Exterminate blank in the gas chamber, stomp blank skulls into steel-toed boots." "Drown N-word in fried chicken grease." This is a whole paragraph. This is the Republican Party right here. Miami-Dade GOP. So this person who runs the Miami-Dade GOP something. And then this would be several members of college Republicans in Turning Point USA in South Florida. This specific person who's sending this chat, William, is an entire paragraph that I only read half of. I need to the Miami GOP secretary was in there. FIU College Republicans. Which one is this? Ian Valdez. Okay, so this is, I guess, one of the... So the people in this chat that got leaked, are Miami GOP Secretary Abel Alexander. Ran a group chat in which the N-word was used over 200 times. Members celebrated the removal of an African-American activist from the FIU College Republicans. The chat members are that man, who is the secretary of Miami-Dade GOP. Dude, why the hell is this? Okay. Carvale, who is secretary of the Miami-Dade GOP. Dario Gonzalez, who is the FIU College Republicans membership director, and Ian Valdez, the FIU Turning Point chapter president. So it's a Turning Point chapter president at a college in South Florida, College Republicans membership director at a college in South Florida, and the Miami-Dade GOP, the secretary of the Miami-Dade GOP, and then I guess members of Turning Point USA and those individuals. Yeah, this is that's fucking insane. Man, that's fucked. I think that those. I think it's I think if I had it my way, these people would not be able. They wouldn't be able to have jobs. Their lives would be ruined. They wouldn't be able to rent houses. Nobody would sell them anything, and that wouldn't be done via the government. That would be done via private citizens. These people should be completely and totally ostracized from society. They should have nothing. I mean, what a fucking disgusting group of people, man. This is the craziest paragraph I've ever read in my life. Oh my God, bro, we have talked before. Hello.
What's going on, Chris?
You know, another day, another dollar. What do you, yeah, what do you think about this group chat right here?
Well, from what you just, I mean, the stuff you put, the stuff you listed is horrible.
Mm-hmm.
I don't support it at all. Kind of the same way I wouldn't support any of the people that were celebrating when Mr. Kirk was murdered, right?
All right, sure.
I mean, it's all horrible, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What do you want?
I mean, I just admitted that.
Yeah, I just like, I don't, this is kind of similar to, I actually think that logically this is akin to, like, Tim Walz was at some hearing today about fraud, and I think Nancy Mace said, "What is a woman?" And he responded and said, "I'm not going to take part in these games." Similarly here, I'm talking about a group chat with, again, the Miami GOP secretary.
Yeah,
and can I finish speaking? Can I finish speaking?
Oh,
Somebody
sorry,
who
go ahead.
leads Turning Point USA.
Yeah.
Speaking of Charlie Kirk, somebody who leads Turning Point USA at FIU, another college Republican leader at FIU, like several, actually one elected Republican official, and then several people who engage Republican voters on an everyday basis. I think that's significantly different than you talking about like private citizens on an app saying things that they should or shouldn't be saying about a person who was killed by a person who was killed in such a tragic, horrible way. So like, I'm just refusing to like engage in such ridiculous shit.
I mean, it's not ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it's bad. I think it's very bad that Charlie Kirk.
Can I finish?
No,
I'll let you talk. I'll let you talk.
Okay, that's great. This isn't a democracy. Cool. I
okay,
think
cool.
I think it's horrible that Charlie Kirk died. I think it's tragic and awful and
Great.
terrible.
And I admitted that I think it's horrible those people said those things.
Okay.
I think they should be held accountable. Yes.
They won't be.
Well, there's a lot of things that people should be held accountable for that they're not, right?
Right. But you understand, like, again, how these logically don't compare. Like, the leading governor candidate in Florida is James Fishback, a man who, you know, has called Byron, who's been saying incredibly racist things about the person he's running against, Byron Donalds, somebody who had a sexual relationship with a 17-year-old when he was 27, somebody who suggests the Holocaust isn't real, and somebody who, you know, uses slurs on a regular basis. So I actually suspected that these people will be promoted in some way, and you're a part of that. Anyways,
No, I'm not a part of that.
I don't care. I don't
How would
care.
you say
I don't
that I'm a
care.
part of that?
I think you're a part of it. What do you want to say up here?
And what basis do you have that I'm a part of that?
Because you're like actively helping it thrive. What part?
I
Because-
didn't even bring it up. You brought it up.
Because you're a Republican?
So you're saying all Republicans agree with those people what they said?
That's the definition of a straw man. That was definitely not what I said. I said by you, what I was trying to say, I didn't say that you agreed with what they were saying. By you accepting at any level the current state of the Republican Party, you were helping enable it. So yes. Now, what do you want to talk about up here?
Well, I mean, that's what I thought you wanted to talk about. But let's talk about the exercises going on in Iran. How about that?
Great. Let's hear it. Let's hear the justification for the no new wars, amazing peace president, golden age guy starting regime change.
Okay, did you have a problem with it when Kamala said in 2000?
Kamala Harris is her name, and I actually don't even want to go to wherever. I'm more than happy to answer that question in a second. Let's just engage straight up. Why are we going to war with Iran when Donald Trump said there was no more regime change? He's the peace president, the master negotiator. Quote, you will not see war with Iran when I'm president. No. Just answer me why we're at war. Give me the answer of why we're at war now.
Because things change in life.
Okay.
New things come about.
Great. So what changed?
What changed? There maybe. How about that they agreed to stop pursuing nuclear weapons and they didn't? How about
Okay,
that?
okay. So let's take a timeout right there. That's so their nuclear program was or was not eviscerated 8 weeks ago.
Well, apparently they didn't get it all right.
Okay, so was Donald Trump? And I feel like the question I'm about to ask, even though people get angry when I ask it, is super reasonable. Being an American citizen who tries to hold politicians accountable, so they didn't get it all. So where was the shortcoming there? Was Donald Trump wrong? Did he lie? Was our intelligence wrong? Because he was threatening to sue media companies, as the leader of the small government party does, for suggesting that the Iranian nuclear program was not completely and totally eviscerated.
Well, I guess when all that comes out, we'll find out exactly.
Okay, we actually never will come out. We'll never be able to find that out. Partly because again, you're not going to hold any of these people accountable. It doesn't matter. So let's go to the next thing. So before Donald Trump, I'm not projecting. I'm just being.
You absolutely are.
Okay, all right. We have just like an
Every
imminent.
time
We
I
have an imminent crash out here. I'm cutting through the bullshit. Okay, I just don't. I don't have like the mental capacity at the moment to deal with like all.
We know.
Fantastic. To deal with like all the fluff. Okay, we're dealing with fluff. So it doesn't make any sense. We'll never find that out. The next point, if it is that, besides Donald Trump today, he said that they were 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. Previous to today, we heard other administration officials say a bunch of things that didn't relate at all to nuclear weapons. Like Marco Rubio said it had to do with Israel striking imminently, and said that, and JD Vance said that I think JD Vance said that he didn't have evidence, or there wasn't evidence, or something about like they weren't going to have a nuclear weapon. Regardless, before this time, today, the administration really didn't say anything about an imminent nuclear weapon. So don't you think that's like a little confusing?
Yeah, you know what? I can see what you're trying to say, and I can understand what you're saying. Well, what I'm going to tell you is, in these situations, things change, things come up, they find out new material. That's a thing that could happen, right? Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay, so as our intelligence gains knowledge or finds out other things, those things could be true at the same time, right?
Yep.
So we as public citizens or private citizens aren't going to know what those guys know all the time. Ain't going to happen.
Okay, that can happen. I just think that if our intelligence has changed, then I think that the American people deserve to know.
But here's the thing, bro. You're not going to announce things like that when you're processing maybe striking an individual country. You're not going to put it out. You're going to do it.
Okay. So, two things. I just don't think it doesn't even have to be. We can about whether it should be said beforehand or what Congress's powers are here. We get a whole different argument about. Like,
yeah, that's a whole other rabbit hole.
There are 6 American families who are going to bury troops
100%.
that are coming. Can you shut the fuck up and let me speak, or I'm going to kick you?
I would if you.
Okay.
Yeah, all
right.
I do the same thing you do.
All right. Yep. Got one more chance. 6 American families who are going to bury troops. Hundreds of children dead. Thousands of people to die. I just think as American citizens, like, we deserve to know what was so imminent to do this. The answer, and the answer is that there is not he just wanted to do it. And maybe he wanted to do it because it had something to do with Israel. I think it's probably equally as likely that he wanted to do it because the Saudi Arabians and Qatar and the UAE told him it's time to do what you said you would do if we enriched you and built all the Trump properties and gave you the jets. But in terms of like any argument around an imminent strike that the Pentagon said there was no evidence of, a nuclear weapon that supposedly was completely eviscerated, 8 weeks ago, like all of those arguments, or like, oh, the Iranian people, we care about the protesters, like, those are just ridiculous. Okay, it's ridiculous. The answer is that you don't know any more than I do. Administration officials can barely come up with a coherent, reasonable argument over time. It keeps changing. It's very confusing because our foreign policy has come down to, like, he just does things when he wants to. And
if all that is true, what you just said, Chris, then why did Harris and Clinton both say if they had to attack them at some point?
Hold on one second. I'm sorry. I don't think that Kamala Harris ever said that, quote, we have to attack them.
Oh, she did.
Please,
she
go.
Did.
Please.
She said they needed to be taken out because they had American blood on their hands.
Please pull that up.
Go to my page. It's a video.
No,
You
no.
can see it.
Oh, you can pull that up. I have a feeling you're being a little hyperbolic.
No, it's in an interview. She did it.
Okay. I'd put my life savings. You're being hyperbolic, but even if that is true, again, like screw
Hold on, I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up.
screw the whataboutisms. Screw the whataboutisms.
It's not what if.
Okay.
It's not a what if. It's they said it.
It is okay. That's great. They're not president. You voted for Trump, the person who's not supposed to be those people. You literally voted for Trump because he is not those people. That he's the master negotiator. He is the peace president. We have gone, I just want to be clear. We have gone from vote for Donald Trump or you will get war with the Biden-Harris administration to justifying American troops dying because he felt like it. You're a disgrace as a person, just generally.
You don't know me, so you can't say that. So
Check this out. Check this out.
You just think I'm a disgrace because I disagree with you.
I don't
Just
think
like
I
you do
actually
everybody else.
don't think you disagree with me. I think that you change your positions based on how Donald Trump feels because you have some you probably have some mental health you probably have some mental health problem relating to like you probably have some problem relating to like your self-esteem or how you view yourself as a person. Therefore, you're latching on to like these political things and what Donald Trump says to continue to argue on something like that. If I had to guess, I think you're a man of no principle. I don't really have to know anything about you to know you're a person of no principle.
Here's the other thing, right? You don't know me, one. Two,
I don't. You are certainly a person of no principle.
You guys are so young. You and Dean are so young. You haven't lived life enough to know shit about shit.
Don't compare me to Dean Withers.
Oh, why is that?
I don't like Dean Withers. I think
you don't?
I don't. I don't think Dean Withers is a person of much principle either.
I mean, you guys were tag teaming everybody, right?
That's right. It's different times now.
Oh, so you changed, right? Because life changed, right? Is that what you just admitted?
Correct.
Oh, so those things happen, right?
Are you trying to compare like a friendship that is 20?
I'm not comparing anything. I'm saying facts. You just admitted life changes, so you don't deal with Dean no more, right?
Uh-huh.
Why is that? You guys were buddy-buddy at one point. So
are you trying to compare friendships to foreign policy?
I'm not comparing. It's the same principle you said.
It's not the same principle. Get out of my life. I shouldn't have said the part about the mental health, but he's certainly a person of no principle. I don't think he has mental health problems. I think he's a person of no principle. I have to get on. I unfortunately actually wanted to keep talking to him, but I'm gonna have to. I need to make a phone call. All right, Chad, give me why is YouTube members only? I can explain that in a second. Rio Rye, by the way, great to see you. Okay, give me, I should not have said that. No, I 100% agree. That was not a good thing to say, especially somebody who's as passionate about mental health as I am. I should not have said that. I got angry and frustrated. I apologize, Chad. He's certainly a person of no principle, but I should not have said that. All right, Chad. I gotta make a phone call. I'm gonna like get a sip of water. I'll come back and I'll do lives. We'll stay live though. I mean, I guess people can just like stay in here. The TikTok side has music. YouTube can't have music, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. I feel bad because YouTube can't listen to the same music because copyright issues. So they're just watching me do dances in silent. Hello, everybody. I apologize. Can you hear me? Am I muted? What? I can't hear a thing. You're muted. We can hear you. I can hear you. We can hear you. I can hear you. I very much apologize for leaving for an extended period of time. I'm back. Hello to the YouTube side of things that stayed with me for this long. There's 72 people still on YouTube. It is actually, I came back with a smile on my face just seeing how many people stayed for my leave of absence. I love you. Thank you. Some people are saying they can't hear. Some people are saying they can't. Playlist was goated. We love you, bro. Thanks, Grant. We were jamming. We carried the chat. All clear. We can hear. I fucking hate that seeing him do that. Literally summons Gangnam Style in my head. I was playing it on the TikTok side. I was. Ria Raya is... Some people are saying they can... Okay. All right. So now we're just trolling. I get it. We're trolling. No. Tiffany, thanks for becoming a Maurer Squad member over on YouTube. I love you. You guys are fun. You make me smile. We've been chatting. I appreciate each and every one of you. I was talking to a beautiful individual, my girlfriend. She's a great individual. I want to apologize for my last. It's a prank. We got bored. No, it's okay. I don't. I understand. I want to apologize for my last crash out that I had on that last guy. You know, I'm starting to realize about live that unfortunately I've got to learn to just disconnect from some of my own personal anger, because I mean, you can't say I'm not passionate, but sometimes my passion leads to some anger and hate in my heart that I don't want to have for people. So yeah, you know, that guy definitely was a man of no principle. I should not have said the other things I said about him. So I apologize. We danced. We thrived. I'm on both. Yo, Tiffany, thank you. It's crazy. Like, how many members we got. I wonder how many members we have on YouTube right now. That is fucking crazy. It goes a really long way, that level of support. Like, I just can't say it enough. 19 members on YouTube. That's fucking crazy. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. All right. Well, if there are Trump supporters here, we might have to work to get them back. Thank you, Ken. Thank you. Wow. We might have to work. We might have to work to get Trump people back. It's never your responsibility to change people. What they leave knowing more, that's the best you know for. You're a good guy. That's well said. It's well said, Black. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Huge W's. I actually really appreciate that. Thanks for being a member. The Gangnam Style. Well, the Gangnam Style might have scared people off. It's true. I don't think Pamela's a Trump supporter. Jonathan, I see you. Looking for... I could have been abducted by aliens. I guess it's not out of the realm. You know, you never know these days. I don't know much. People are talking about the PC chair. Is that the brand he got? Yeah. Actually, Secret Labs are good chairs. Dude, again, got this for a steal today. Some dude was selling it for $50. Had to move out of his apartment. This is like a $900 chair. It's pretty cozy. I guess there's a whole like thing around these Secret Lab chairs, but pretty. I mean, I've been trying to learn how to sit in it. You know, we've been over this chat. You know, I don't know how to sit. I did get very lucky. Got very lucky. Jonathan, I appreciate you, Jonathan. Thank you. Some W's in the chat for Jonathan. Iron Horse Dispatch chairs. I will look that up. That sounds like a really like kind of it's not great SEO. I'm not sure about the SEO there. Starting a business called Iron Horse Dispatch chairs. It's a lot of words. Keep your business simple. Individuals, good SEO. I don't think there's a single person in here that will understand that really, really niche reference. But I think it's funny, and I make myself laugh. So that's what matters, right, Jan? Okay, if you're a Trump supporter, we support you, Chris. Jackie, you know, I love you. Has anyone ever told you this? If you're a Trump supporter, you can let me know. I'm on for Manda Rose, so I'm cheating on her right now watching you. Yo, Tiffany, I appreciate it. We love Manda. We love Manda. Manda, great lives. Great lives Manda does, I've heard. I paid $900 for my Secret Labs chair. See, that is crazy. Like, I do feel very blessed that I found this. I do feel very blessed. All right, well, so now we have an algorithm problem now over on TikTok because people left my live because I left. They didn't. I mean, it's my fault. I'm gonna be very clear. You know, it's my fault, my doing. Allie, thank you. I love you. I try to be interactive. I try. But we have an algorithm problem now. Okay. So I'm going to ask, after you had to wait for me for 20 minutes, I'm going to be a dick. And I'm going to ask you to double tap the screen, maybe share it live with a friend or family member, or text it to your friend and say, hey, check out this live on TikTok. Double tap the screen. Restart TikTok, keep YT going. Actually, that's honestly might not be a bad idea. Might not be a bad idea. Not friends with Trump supporters. Well, that's not the best. That's not unreasonable. Let's be honest about it. 20 minutes felt like 5. You're very kind. No, Taylor and I worked so hard. People worked hard for my chair has a sock pull over less armrest, so it holds together and doesn't pinch my elbow. Oh, I'm sorry. I heard the guy told me he replaced these. He bought these. He replaced the armrests with other Secret Lab armrests. My mom got worried about you. Shout out to your mom. What a lovely individual. Let's start here. I have a feeling this won't go well. So let's take our bets. So it's good to see someone with a black profile picture and a period as their name. Hello?
Hello there.
Oh. Hi, how old are you?
Yeah, man, I'm 18, bright and young.
Yeah, this is definitely 100% a troll. The question is who?
Oh man,
Trying to conceal a voice. The question is who? I mean, I feel like, look, I respect the troll. You know, everything's good, but Brian Young is like too. It's not. It's like kind of saying like.
I mean, I like tariffs, man. I love tariffs.
Why do you like tariffs?
Just cause, man. These coffee machines from Vietnam, man. I'm telling you what, they just don't sound as good as the U.S. made ones. You want me to give you an example, man?
Yeah.
Some of them be sounding like mikaka, like.
I do not. I cannot look at the chat, dude. I can't. That was wow. That was, you know what? Holy shit. Okay. All right. I think it's so stupid that I'm laughing at that. It's really fucking dumb that I'm laughing at that. Yeah. If you're a Trump supporter, let me know. You know. I mean, can we give points? Can we give the commitment. Can we give some points for creativity, chat? I mean, I feel like, oh man, wow, that was not, wow. No, people are saying no. All right, I'm wrong. All right. Luca, are you a Trump supporter? Pamela, are you a Trump supporter? Oh. Did my donation go through? You guys are so kind. The only thing, oh my goodness. Is this who I think it is? From Anonymous, but you can read the message out loud. Bro, holy shit. This is insane. I think this is what it said anonymous. It did go through. We're about to read it. Do you want me to say your username or no? Yeah, Maeve, that's not good. Of course, that's the fucking. I'm a child. Doesn't matter now. $60. Somebody sent me on PayPal, which is fucking insane. Literally insane. That is so kind. Can we get 1,000,000 W's in the chat for Danko and an anonymous? Well, okay. Well, I'm really about to say anonymous after that. I just said their username. Yeah, 1,000,000 W's for anonymous. 100 million W's. I'm so sorry. I'm literally so incredibly grateful for that. It means the absolute world. I never, ever take that stuff for granted. Seriously, I mean it. Thank you so much. That's unbelievable. You can read the message out loud if you want. I've been watching for a while. You're an inspiration to me. First of all, sorry. I'm sorry. I was gonna say, number one, that means a lot. I was laughing because, of course, like the last guest came up and I laughed at the stupidest thing to ever, like literally the most immature, just I cried, laughed, and then it's like, you're an inspiration to me. It's like, well, that's not great. I'm just kidding. I'm being hard on myself. I love you and I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I was going to see if I could maybe read my poem about the world on here one time. If not, it's okay and I'll continue supporting. You're awesome. Of course. If you'd like to read your poem, please. You're actually like so kind. Can we get 1,000,000 W's in the chat? That's like really kind. I truly appreciate you. That's insane. Poems. We love poems. Poem anonymous. Huge dubs. If you are a Trump supporter as well, and thank you for just like that level of support, but also saying that thank you for that level of support, truly. But also thank you for saying I'm an inspiration. I appreciate that. Are you going to get Mr. Mittens after this month? Yo, can we get some shout outs for Brittany? Okay. Brittany Vienna, look at that level of support, remembering the Mr. Mittens conversation. Well, listen, it's a possibility. It's a possibility. We will see. I would very much like to do that. Still some financial goals that I need to reach because if I fuck. Money's an impossible thing. It makes no sense. It will never make any sense. Isaiah's live right now? Man, I love Isaiah. That's why I have no viewers. It's actually not. It's because I left for 20 minutes. And also I have plenty of viewers. Just want to be clear. Just saying that's probably where people are because we love Isaiah. What a great guy. Jake. Money is a social construct. Hello?
Hello?
What's up? How are you?
I'm 21. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm great. You voted for Trump?
I did not, but I am a conservative and would like to debate.
Okay. Why didn't you vote for Trump?
I actually didn't vote at all.
Why didn't you do that?
Well, I live in a state where it's kind of already determined that, you know.
Okay. Fantastic. Okay. Do you like Trump?
Not really, but I do have some conservative viewpoints that would probably, I don't know your viewpoints, but I would assume that you are a Democrat.
I am indeed a Democrat.
But I mean, the reason I didn't vote is because I just don't like Trump. But then I also really didn't like Harris either. But I would say that we do need some change in our country, especially now with like how things are going. But I think that there is some opinions that we would defer from on like a new candidate?
Okay. Okay, hold on, Jake. Give me 2 seconds. Before we go there, I just want to point out really quickly. I'm sorry for muting you. Really quickly, this anonymous individual sent me another. This is so unbelievably, insanely kind. Sent me another $50 on Venmo after sending 60, which is fucking crazy. Okay, so can we get a million W's in the chat for this anonymous person and send possibly one of the kindest things I've heard in a while. Quote, "You being so real is what makes you such an inspiration. No debater shows their real self, and to see your authentic self and using your voice when the world is silent is truly moving. It makes me want to speak out. Sorry, made it to at least 100. First of all, that's super fun. That's actually really nice. And again, it takes me back and makes me realize I'm always trying my best to be authentic, and I appreciate you more than you fucking know. That's so kind. And okay, and then the person just sent me another $40 after 60, after 50, and after 40. Can we spam some W's here for anonymous? This is crazy. This is insanity. You do not have to be doing this. I hope you know I do not take that for granted. That is fucking crazy. Holy shit. Thank you. Like, from the bottom of my heart, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oops, last one. I just never support or talk in chat, so I wanted to tonight and say I hope you keep going. Watching you has actually restored faith in the world when there is little left. Stay positive. Bro, holy fucking shit. Thank you so much. That is insane. Those messages are so kind, and that level of support, I know I say this every single time, but I mean it. I never take it for granted. That's, wow, that's unbelievable. Thank you so much to this anonymous individual. Who's in the chat, but thank you. That's like super fucking kind. I will continue to be my authentic self. Thank you for the support. Never, it's just you being here, like, literally means the world. And I know things are expensive right now, and so, like, the fact that you would be willing to do that is fucking crazy. And it also just makes me think, like, how unbelievably lucky I fucking am, because things are expensive for me too. So that really helps out. Thank you. I love you. You're amazing. You're the best. Okay, let's give me a second here. Thank you, seriously. I can't say it enough, anonymous. Okay, Jake, what type of viewpoints would we disagree on?
I would say you're against the immigration policy of the administration.
Yes.
So what is your opinions on immigration? Do you want just open borders, or do you want...
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Just what's your opinion on immigration? What do you think it should be like in our country?
Yeah. So, wow, you guys are like insanely supportive and kind. I love all of you. Yeah, look, I don't think there's like there's nobody who advocates, certainly nobody who you should take seriously who advocates for open borders. Yeah, look, like, I think in a perfect world, in a vacuum, the reason I preface with that, Sarah Lee, thank you so much for the money again. The reason I preface with that is because I don't think the U.S. is in a position, and they may not be ever, to engage in what I'm about to explain because of, I think, some of the things that this administration has done, and now the lack of trust that a lot of communities who could follow through on what I'm about to say, they are no longer willing to and shouldn't be willing to, and will never trust the federal government to do right by them ever again. Because of this administration, when people are here legally and, for example, showing up for court hearings, they're being arrested by ICE at court hearings. They're trying to go through legal process and still being punished for that. And so, in a perfect vacuum, I think a reasonable policy looks like this. I think that we need, our immigration system is broken for 3 or 4 or 5 decades. We need to overhaul the immigration system, first starting with, like, the judicial side of things. You need to flood money into a bunch, all the people who, for example, approve or deny visas, and free up the fact that it takes 10 years, it shouldn't take 10 years to get in the United States. You need to be able, this was under the bill that Joe Biden wanted to sign, approve or deny visas within, 6 months, for example, and try to have significantly more money on the judicial side of things. I also think you could flood money to the ports of entry and the security and making the borders like a more seamless process that's more efficient. It's easier for people to get in legally, and we're putting more resources toward making sure that people who shouldn't be in the country aren't in the country. I think that I would like to see more legal immigration over time, more forced legal immigration over time. And we could have a debate about like the requirements there. And then I think mainly for the people who are in the country now undocumented, in a perfect world, I think that the US government should say, you have 1 year or a year and a half or 2 years to submit to us your information to start your process to become a citizen. We will give you a path to citizenship. If you don't do it within that time frame, you're at risk of being deported. In a compromising situation, I'd even be willing for those individuals to pay some penalty for being here undocumented and not paying, let's say, federal income tax previously. Again, I don't think that last part is possible because I certainly would advocate that if that policy went into effect tomorrow, that no undocumented person should trust the federal government and give them their information based on what we've seen throughout this administration. But yeah, I think like an immigration policy like that is more seamless and better for people.
Okay, wow. Yeah, I actually do agree with that. I think, what's your opinion on, just the pressure of illegal immigration can hold on, public services?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I do want to say, like, I think that it's kind of interesting, like, in this political dynamic that I actually think that, like, what I described, a lot of Democrats would be pretty supportive of. I think it's unfortunate, and one of the reasons I really don't like Donald Trump is because I think, again, like, running on this, like, oh, they want to open borders when, like, nobody wants that is frustrating. When we cut through some of that bullshit, it's like we could come to, like, some compromise on this generally. Regardless, I'm sorry, the second question was the pressure that, say it again?
Just the pressure on public services, I would say like schools and housing.
Yeah, well, look, I think like first there was actually a really interesting Pew Research study, or I'm sorry, not Pew Research. There's a really interesting analysis by the Cato Institute, which is like a libertarian think tank. Some people would describe as right wing. That looking back from I think like 1994 to now, from just purely a fiscal level, undocumented individuals have been a massive net benefit on our debts and our deficits, which makes logical sense. So I think from an economic standpoint, like this idea that they're like sucking out, they're really like hurting these different sectors of the economy is like heavily overblown. And in fact, I think they've saved the U.S. taxpayer thousands of dollars individually over the last 30 years by easing pressure on our debts and deficits, which I'm more than happy to explain. I think on like individual things like housing or schools, like I don't think that, like, for example, housing prices has anything to do with like a massive amount of undocumented people who are taking up housing and not giving it to X, Y, or Z. I really think that, for example, that's more indicative of not building enough houses and certain local areas being unwilling to build houses because boomers want to keep their housing prices high. I probably am not well versed enough to comment on any type of like pressure that it causes schools or anyone else, but I would guess that like I would be pretty firmly against the idea that it's like causing these negatives. I think that these are for the majority of overall undocumented people are they're Americans. They are part of our communities. They are working. They're going to school. These are people who are trying to live their lives, and they're interwoven in the same communities that we all live in every single day. And so I think that maybe some of the economic pressures that could be discussed could be eased if we had an immigration stance that was more logical and reasonable and humane.
Sure. Yeah. No, I actually do agree with pretty much everything you said. I mean, I definitely think. I think I have a similar viewpoint. I mean, at the end of the day, even in our community, I know we do have illegal immigration or illegal immigrants that do work in a lot of jobs in the community that are very beneficial towards the economy. And without them, it definitely would not be. Things wouldn't move as fast. I'll say that. But I definitely do agree with you that, a lot of these undocumented immigrants actually do benefit the economy rather than pull it down, like some people say.
Yeah, 100%. And again, like I think that like at least if we're starting on, even if you are a more conservative individual, like I think at least starting on those bases, like starting on a premise of reality where we're accepting that there are some problems that come with these things. We need to be able to like if we all I suspect that if we could take all Americans, group them into like 10 total people and put them in a room, we could pretty quickly come up with a solution here that makes 90% of people happy. People would get what they want. You'd start like in my world, I want obviously like more humane conditions for a lot of these individuals. I want them to have a path to citizenship. I want undocumented children to have rights to an attorney, for example. And, if conservatives have concerns over security, like I don't think that we should just be letting anybody in our country. I think we need like obviously we need borders, we need border security. And I think there's things that we can compromise here on. I just think, again, where the Democratic Party should go is it's really not as much left versus right versus up versus down in some ways. And again, I just think we have a lot of people in our ears making a lot of noise of like, oh, these people want open borders or these people this or this or this, when in reality it's not as much that.
Yeah, no, I mean, to be honest, I do hear that a lot. I mean, I'm not going to say like, I do come from a family that does watch a lot of Fox News. So, I mean, I do hear that a lot. And, I mean, it's kind of hard to not agree with it when you hear it all the time.
Right.
But I'm not going to be like a person that's like totally not optimistic against different things. But I do hear, all about, especially, I mean, I would say a lot of my family members are smart people. I think they just watch a lot of Fox News, but also it's like at the end of the day, I can kind of understand why it's, can consume you a lot. Because I mean, even I watched, I was super, super conservative in 2016. I like Trump. Now, I don't like him at all. I just have seen that, everything that he's done is kind of against. I mean, I don't even think it's like a conservative versus Democrat. I think a lot of, I mean, even as someone who's relatively conservative, I don't even think he's a conservative like candidate. I mean, just like as we've gone in history, we've seen different presidents. I mean, there's no more class. There's no more, it's just like arrogance and ego. And I'm just like, what happened to when, both parties could actually have class and get together in a room and actually debate or even just have a conversation. Now I feel like there's almost no conversation. That's why I even like to talk to people, is because I just want to hear and have a conversation, because I think that's how people learn. I think there's not enough conversations.
Yeah, 100%. And I'll say this, and then just because it is 1 a.m., I'm going to cycle a few people up. But also, I just want to let you know, I appreciate you being respectful, and you're literally welcome back anytime. But with that being said, I was just going to give you like huge props, because I can only imagine like coming from I come from like a pretty growing up, at least after like middle, like getting into high school, like very red area, and most of my friends, even my good friends still to this day, like Fox News is on their house all day, in their house all day long. And I can be very hard, even if you get out of the like parent, like everybody's watching Fox News all day, like that. I'm not suggesting that means you have to become a Democrat, but just to even be able to take a step back and try to understand, like, okay, maybe like try to assess other viewpoints is really, really, really hard for a variety of reasons, including like the family pressure that comes around that. So, yeah, props to you. And I don't have a problem with like people being conservative individuals. Like Donald Trump certainly is not a conservative individual. So,
no, for sure. And then just one more question: what's your opinion on tax? Taxing wealthier people, tax brackets, that kind of thing.
Sure. Yeah. I think that like I tend to look at this very broadly as like a facts over feelings type of ordeal. I think like a lot of people really like to get into the weeds about whether like people certain like I hear like when we start this argument, a lot of conservatives will say like, oh, I don't want to tax wealthy people more because they deserve the money that they made, or we don't want to take money away from people who made so much of it. Or on the other side of the aisle, sometimes I hear like billionaires are unethical, which there's probably some truth to. I tend to look at this from a very like, I don't care about how people feel. The reality is that the for America to continue to exist, um, there cannot be such a crushing, unbelievable. There cannot be such a crushingly high wealth inequality in this country. Like when we look at just the last 50 years, I mean, there's 3 people in this country that own as much wealth as the bottom 50% combined. For the first time ever, the top 1% own as much wealth as the bottom 50%, or own more wealth, have more wealth, than the bottom 50% of America combined. And it's staggering to see like how in just 50 years, the rich have gotten so rich, and everybody else has continued to get poorer. A society cannot continue to function like that. I don't think it's, from a logical standpoint, it can't function like that. From a moral standpoint, I just don't think it's right, and it doesn't lead to good outcomes for anybody. And so, with that being said, I was very supportive of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden saying they wanted to tax people, increase taxes for those who make above $400,000 a year, and give a tax cut to pretty much everyone else. I think in reality, when we have this conversation, the issue actually isn't people who make $1 million a year. It's not an issue. People who make $2 million or even $5 million. When we start to get above $10 million and $20 million and $50 million, and your net worth is $100 million, these are people who tax laws start to literally be written for them. Like there's some law in the books about there's some very specific tax. I always find this that interesting. I take it with a grain of salt because I'm going to kind of missay it. But there's some tax law in the book that only applies to 3 people in the United States, total. And it's something about writing off a yacht, something XYZ. It was literally written for one person lobbied the right people and got this thing. And so the reality becomes that it's not fair, and it's not fair. It's not fair for, when we start to get really rich, the top, billionaires in this country pay an effective tax rate, like Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, all these people, they pay an effective tax rate lower than you and I. Because, when Mark Zuckerberg says on his tax form, I made $1.5 million as CEO of Meta or whatever the fuck, I'm going to get taxed on that. But he's, all of his liquid cash is debt that he's taken out against his stock. So he's able to go build bunkers in Hawaii and obviously live this insanely rich lifestyle. And we don't tax debt. That's an example of there's a set of very, very, very wealthy people who have a tremendous amount of power and wealth who are paying an effective tax rate lower than literally everybody else. And we have to be able to find a way to tax those people more effectively. I know that there was this huge conversation around Kamala Harris saying, taxing unrealized gains. That unrealized gains tax would be very specific. So it's if you're worth over $100 million and you sell an asset that's worth above $5 billion, this can apply to you once every 5 years. I think that's great, and I also think it's great as a start. We have to start having conversations about how to tax these people more effectively. We cannot continue to run a country where the rich get so much fucking richer all the time and pay lower taxes than everybody else. It's not sustainable, and maybe this kind of contradicts my first point about facts over feelings, but I just don't, so maybe I'd have to rethink that a little bit. But it's not fair. I just don't think it's fair. It's not even fair to people like me. It's not fair to people like you. I don't give a fuck if you make $100,000 or $500,000 or $50,000. The fact that we're handing over money to the federal government at a rate of 20 or 30 or 50%, and these fuckers pay an effective tax rate of 5% is it's not fair. And we could all benefit. All of us living in reality could benefit if those people paid a little more. That's kind of where my stance is. I just think we at least need to start the conversation, and we really don't do that because someone mentions unrealized capital gains, and then everyone freaks out, and then we don't move forward at all.
No, for sure, I definitely agree. And I mean, the United States has, we have the wealthiest GDP, in the world. The United States is a very wealthy country, and I think the reason we're so wealthy is because of how our system is set up and how our business laws are set up. I think the hard part, I agree with most what you say. I think the hard part is it's the difference between a business owner and an individual. Most of these people, they have all their assets and they actually report a profit loss at the end of the year. Even Amazon reports a profit loss because they're buying tons of planes. And the reason why I think it's such a complicated issue, I think people, even talking to people, they just make it seem like it's a very simple issue. Mm-hmm. And someone who's been surrounded by small businesses, these laws help small businesses a lot. I think these laws make it so small businesses have the capability to grow, and so you don't have to be burdened by so many taxes. I think it's the point, like we were saying, writing off yachts, kind of getting to the point where it's just absurd. And as someone who is in the middle class, I just feel like the middle class is getting destroyed by taxes because we're eating all the things that, the wealthy isn't. Like you said, it's like a 40% versus like a 5%. It's like, it's not even close. But I would say the main thing, I think it's just a very complicated issue, and just like changing business law, I think can hurt our economy, but it's also a topic of, I think it's just super complicated. And there's also a lot of people who are very powerful, and that, I think it's on both sides. I don't think it's just, well, obviously Trump's a, wealthy guy and has a lot of wealthy friends. But I would probably say the same for the Democratic Party, has a lot of wealthy donors and a lot of wealthy friends. I mean, both these parties spend a lot of money on campaigning, as they have to, because, you're not going to win without a good campaign. But I would say both parties, I feel like it would be very hard to ever get these business tax laws changed or even looked at, just because I think of how our country is going. And even on both sides, I don't think it's just like, obviously, I think it's a little bit greater on Trump's side than it would be like Harris's side. But I would say it's still on both sides. Yeah. She still has super wealthy donors.
Yeah. And I'd say, like, to the first point, like, I, again, or at least really appreciate like my brother's actually, I think my brother would consider himself a socialist, and I'm like, I'm not a socialist, and I'm certainly not a moderate Democrat. I'm like a progressive, somewhere in between this. And my brother and I argue about politics all the time, and he often says that my favorite word these days is nuance, because everything is nuance and everything is really complicated, especially this issue, because fucking tax law is so complicated. And that's probably part of the answer to some of the solution, is like, it cannot be this complicated. But I mean, it has to be. But at the same time, it's like, Jesus, it also makes it really hard to have a conversation as a society when these things are really hard to understand, because there's so many laws, especially, again, as you get away from individuals and start to talk about businesses. So I agree with you 100%. And you don't want to start to have like really black and white conversations that can end up hurting small businesses. And I think there is a lot of small businesses that are perceived because of the conversation as big businesses, or businesses that are perceived, or people that are perceived as like extraordinarily wealthy, when in reality that's like, there starts to get all this, like, this is why I kind of started with the idea of like, it's not about people who make $1 million or $5 million. People will see motherfuckers going to like Nobu, $5 million a year, and it's like, God damn it, fuck them. It's like, they're probably paying 40% in their tax, they're probably paying 50%. That's probably not who's fucking this over. And again, when it comes to like the small business aspect, always people trying to run small businesses that may on the outside on this conversation be doing better than any of us, but that's what's making America great. America's not great. Wow, someone's gonna clip me on that one. That's what's supposed to make America like a good place. It's all these like very extraordinarily rich people, and yes, it's a hard, complicated conversation. Again, I think that's just why we have to move our government toward people who actually care and are in it for the right reasons, and we have to start flooding money out of Washington. And I think that probably starts eventually with, like, again, banning Citizens United, like banning trading stocks, like all these different things.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, yeah, thanks again for having me, and I appreciate your takes.
Of course, man. You too. I wish you the best. Well, I hope you have a great weekend, and you're welcome back anytime, man.
Yeah, thanks so much again.
Yeah, thanks, man. Be safe. Yo, huge W's. I actually really like conversation with that. Shout out that guy. And again, because there's actually literally not, as that guy said, like, he's like, oh, I'm more conservative. Fantastic. Amazing. Donald Trump's not a conservative, and he agrees with that. Actual conservatives fucking despise that guy. Fantastic. See, at least I can have a conversation with that dude. Reasonable, empathetic, immigration, empathetic. That is a great dude. Shout out to that guy. Dark Sunray. Sorry, I kind of YouTube over here. First of all, Starch, thank you so much for $5 on YouTube Super Chat. I literally love you so much. Can we get a million W's in the chat for Starch? Thank you. Never something I take for granted. Jackie the Deer, $18.18. Fucking fuck me, dude. You guys are so kind to me. Oh, I'm so grateful. Thank you. Genuine. I appreciate you. I wish I could give more. First of all, just you being here, Jackie. And you're a subscriber a member over on YouTube. It means the world. You have no idea. Thank you. Big W's for authenticity. Don't thank me. Just take the money. Much love. I'm thanking you because you're fucking amazing, and that's really, really kind. And when I fill out for gas, when I wake up in the morning, when I get food, when I get fucking caffeine because I'm a caffeine monster. Like, these are things I think about, and I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Dark Sunray, thank you so much for $5. It's always good to see you. Vulnerability leads to accountability. You're a great role model for so many that need it. You keep us grounded. You make a difference. Love you, Chris. Man, what the fuck? You're going to make me, like, emotional on this live. You guys, so many people give me such, like, kind words tonight, dude. Thank you. A million W's for Dark Sunray. Always kind. A member over on YouTube. I love you. You're amazing. Truly, thank you. And 14 Australian dollars from this individual who, remember, is a veteran, for an Australian veteran, fought for a war started by the U.S. Chris, it is you as a young person doing what you do and your Gen Z supporters who give me hope for the future and make all the experiences I endured completely worth it. Keep it up, buddy. Fucking Jesus, dude. Oh my God, you guys are so... Well, that's also a really insanely powerful message. Make all of the experiences I endured completely worth it. Thank you so much. I'm just like, wow, dude, thank you. I really appreciate you. I really appreciate being here. I appreciate the sacrifices you made, again, on... For an America that, or I know I know you're in Australia, but I again assume you were fighting besides doing what you were doing. Sorry, my camera's out of focus. Doing what you were doing beside U.S. forces, just fighting for a more just world. I appreciate you a lot. I apologize, and thank you for $14.99. It means the world. Can't say it enough. Nuance is also key and a big, well, first of all, thank you to everybody here. I love all of you so much. Thank you for your support. It means the world. Kun3584, Kyan, I should be able to just say this username, but I can't read, so I'm like Trump. I'm like the president. Maybe I can be the president now. Kyan, $2. Nuance is key and also a big part of my stances. I love that, okay? I was thinking of getting a shirt. Nuance. It's the best. It's the best word. It's a very important word. I love you. Thank you for being here. And thank you for being a member. It means the world. Also, really quickly, Ria Raya. Always a pleasure. Thanks so much for 10 cents. I love you. That was extremely incoherent. Sorry. Wait, what? What was in? There was nothing. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you so much for $1. I actually love you so much. Thank you. Genuinely. I don't take that for granted. I was reading the wrong message. There's 2 parts. Hey, it's been a bit. Happy to see you live. Sorry, it's not much. You never have to apologize for that. You're literally here every single live. Just the fact that you would watch me at all means the world. I hope you know that. And for anyone else who's watching and has never commented or I don't even care. You're listening to me behind the screen. I can sense it. I love you. Thank you for just watching me. That it just means more than you can know. Happy to see you live. Sorry it's not much. I just moved, so money is tight, especially with war being a possibility. Wish I could sub on YouTube, but here for you regardless. Thanks for being you. Yo, we're just gonna throw I'm gonna throw you a sub. I'm just throw you a membership over on YouTube. Throw me your username. I think I can get that done. You don't have to apologize, and I hope moving is going really well. Please just know you being here literally means the world. I'm proud of you, and I appreciate you. You've been like a supporter for so long. I'm sorry. I'm very confused at the moment. Okay. I'm less confused. My keys were in my pocket. There's a hole in my pocket. So then my keys were in my pants. Not in my pocket. They were like if I had opened up. I'm just going to stop talking. Okay. I have my keys now. I hope moving. I'm not looking at the chat. I hope moving went really well. Or if you're in the process, because I know it's like one of the most stressful things you can do. I'm proud of you, and the fact that you would even think to give $1, because I know money's tight, seriously. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. And then 10 more cents, that was extremely incoherent. It literally wasn't incoherent at all. You're too hard on yourself. Please take care of yourself, especially and after talking to crazy MAGA individuals, and thanks for being so fun about the mute prank. Oh, of course. Riri, I appreciate you're not incoherent, too hard on yourself. I hope moving went really well, and or is going well, and... what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, I'm always cool about the pranks. I kind of figured it out quickly. I almost unplugged my mic. Then I would have been annoyed. I wouldn't have been annoyed. Bren. Oh. Wow, Bren, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so fucking much for the $1. Guys, chat, can we get so many W's in the chat? Not only for Ria Rai, but a million W's in the chat for Bren. Bren has been such a huge supporter of mine for as long as I can remember. She's a mod. I love her. Thank you for the $1, Bren. Really proud of you. Always wishing you well. Always wishing you well. Seriously. Okay, we'll get another Trump supporter up here. People are confused. What? Well, I appreciate each and every one of you. We do miss when you're not. Oh. I like Chris and watch him a lot, but I think it said we disagree on something. I couldn't read because my chat is glitched, but thank you for watching me a lot. It's all right. If we disagree, I appreciate you being respectful. If you're a Trump supporter, let me know. I'm going to bring somebody up. Yeah, dude, there's a whole... Okay. The inside of my pants, apparently, the inside of my pocket has a hole. So it just leads to the inside of my pants. So my keys fell through. I was confused when I felt my keys on my inner thigh, not in my pocket. And I'm like, what is going on? I did not drop my keys down my pants. Then I understood there's a hole. That's the answer. All right, we're going to double tap the screen. We're going to let a Trump supporter up. I'm grabbing my Awala, okay? Did you lose your bell from Santa? What? Also, I'm pretty sure these sweatpants are... You know where these sweatpants are from? These sweatpants are Skims. These are Skims. Kim Kardashian did me dirty. Damn. Actually, they're really old, so it's probably fine. Hey, sexy lady. Whoop, 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 whoop. All right. We're going to let up a Trump supporter. Quick story. This is not me attempting to be like, oh, I'm so cool, I'm sick. This is just like a kind of really like, I just thought this was kind of funny. I would say I get recognized like in person like twice a month. Maybe like maybe like, it depends. Once every 2 weeks, maybe once a week. But what happens is it happens in waves, okay? So this past weekend, I got recognized twice in the same day. And actually, I'm sorry, twice in 2 days. And the first time this happened, you know, normally, the reason I'm bringing this up is because this was a strange interaction. It was very kind. This person was very kind. The way it happened was so strange, okay? Like, normally, people spot me, and I'm always, if someone comes up to me, I'm always like, it's amazing. If you ever just see me walking around, be like, yo, what up? Fantastic. Don't come and find me, okay? I'm telling you right now, please don't do that. But if you just happen to see me, cool. It's happened in airports, walking around, great. Everyone's always so kind. Lady at baggage claim, 1 a.m., O'Hare. She said, I'm so sorry. Do you post videos on the internet? I said, ma'am, you don't have to apologize. You're an amazing individual, great person. These things are good. But this was the strange from a standpoint of how it happened. I'm with, okay, my friend. We're going to call this friend, actually, we'll call him Alejandro because he's been in the chat. His name is Alejandro, okay? This guy, my fucking dog, all right? Been best friends with me for a while. All of a sudden, he hits me up, all right? He's in Florida for school right now. He hits me up. Dro, he says, yo, Chris, I'm coming to Chicago. Bought the plane tickets. Be there tomorrow. I said, bro, my guy, pull up. Stays at my place for the weekend. Great. Alejandro and I, he gets here. It's like 11 p.m. No, it's like 10. No, I'm sorry. It's like 9:30 p.m. We get in the car, okay? We're driving. Now, I don't think this is, I I think it's fine to say. So I do not partake in the event of getting elevated, but it is obviously legal in many states. Okay. And so Alejandro lives in a state where that is not possible, but now he's in a state where it is possible. So he's like, yo, I want to check out this shop, which has legal goods. And I said, you know what, bro? Great. I'll drive you there. I have a car. You do your thing. It's not me. I'll stick to a little tequila. That's my thing. Each their own. I'm very supportive of legalizing the elevated. It's just not my thing. Great. So I drive him, right? And I park. And I'm like, he's like, you gonna come in? I'm like, nah, I'm gonna sit here on my phone. Do your thing, bro. He said, cool. I'm sitting in my car, 10 p.m. at night, alone in my car, on my phone, okay? And just chilling. And I look up, and there's two individuals to my right on the sidewalk. One of them, a guy, is pointing at me in my car. He's like, and I'm like, what's going on, And at first I'm thinking to myself, it's 10 p.m. at night, and gotta keep, you never know. People are crazy these days. I'm like, what does my guy want? So I roll down the window, and I'm kind of probably looking a little. I'm like, what's up? He looks at me. He's like, you post videos on YouTube? I was like, my guy. Hopped right out of the car, talked to this guy for like 5 minutes, took a selfie. He posted it on an Instagram story. That guy's dope as hell. There's a woman with him. I really wish I remembered his name off the top of my head, but he had a great conversation. He watches a lot of Adam Ockler. He watches Midas Touch. Great guy, smart guy, amazing guy. And I was totally cool with him doing that. Like, I had no problem with him, if he noticed me in the car, that's totally cool. I don't have a problem with that. Don't show up to my house. Don't try to look for me. But that dude he was like, that is so crazy. I'm just like walking here with my bike. I'm like, dude, fuck yeah. Super cool guy. Anyway, that's my story. Yeah. Taylor, well, if Alejandro's in town, you might. All right, if you're a Trump supporter, let me know. The Bell is a Polar Express reference. The little kid. Man, I haven't watched that movie forever. If you're a Trump supporter, let me know. Who has the bell? I did not. Yeah, Adam, I made it up. Yep, completely made up. Complete fallacy. Never happened. I lied. Devisha, thanks so much for $5 on Venmo. Get a million W's in the chat, please. Give me 2 seconds here to the guest. $5. Thank you so much. That actually goes a really long way. Quick Celsius means literally the world. Genuinely, don't take it for granted. Hi, Chris. Hope you've been doing well. I'm super busy and stressed with college, but I'm really glad I got to see you live. I love you so much. Devisha, I'm so proud of you. That's crazy. You've been a supporter for so long. I remember, wow, so many Venmos. Moving it. I think, wasn't it a Venmo recently of moving into, right? Am I tweaking? Devisha, is this a Venmo recently? Like I'm moving in. It was my birthday. But there was one point you were moving toward college. You were about to go to college? No? Fuck. I'm about to get this wrong. I remember your birthday. Regardless. Hope college is going well. I appreciate you. Never take you for granted. Went to London. That was it. I'm tweaking. My bad. I remember that overseas. All right. I appreciate you. Truly. It means the world. Huge W's. Huge W's. You're right. My bad. Lock in. Devisha, always good to see you. Hope college is going well. Glad you made it. Glad you're here. It means literally the world. All right. Hello? Devisha, I'm sorry. That was nice. You're the best. Truly. I appreciate you. What's up? How old are you? 18? Okay. You like Trump? You'd say you love him. What's going on with your profile picture and your name? Can you explain that? Yeah, fantastic. Before I do that, can you explain your profile picture, your username? Are you? Are you assuming that I don't know? I'm assuming that you're Australian, so we're going to go to the next guest. Devisha, I apologize for that. But truly, can we get a million W's for Devisha? Always been a great, so kind, such a great supporter. I love you. You're the best. If you're a Trump supporter, you can let me know. London. Damn it, I wish I'm going to remember this now. 1 more year. That's crazy. Oh no! Reset OBS. Thanks, guys. Thank you. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'll fix that right now. Quick fix. Whoops. Should be good now. Should be good. We'll see what happens. Hello?
Yo.
Chat, let me know if it's good over there. Oh, what's up? How old are you?
23.
All right. You voted for Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Why is that? Renna, good to see you. Hope you're doing well.
All right, so I'm a Republican, so for me, like, that was the only option because, like, he was our candidate. But definitely, within the last couple of months, I'm honestly regretting my decision, but I didn't have a choice when I voted because he was the only Republican we had.
Why are you regretting your decision?
I mean, a lot of the stuff that he ran on, he just kind of like fumbled. Like, I was big on exposing the Epstein files and trying to like drain the swamp, but he kind of like backdoored us and kind of manipulated us into thinking that he was one of the good guys, but his true colors are kind of coming out right now. But I think knowing what I know now, maybe I would have not voted at all, but I feel like I kind of didn't have a choice.
Okay. Well, respect for that. I guess then the question becomes like, knowing what you know now, maybe you didn't vote. Like, why not vote for Kamala Harris?
Like I said, I'm a Republican, so I'll much rather like vote a Republican than Kamala Harris.
But why?
It was just like, I saw how Biden ran America the last 4 years, and I didn't want another 4 years of that. And I think Kamala, what she ran on, whatever she ran on, like, I just didn't think that was the best plan for America right now after the Biden administration. Like, obviously, with hindsight, a lot of people could look at kind of this Trump disaster and be like, how could you not see it through? But this is not what I think anyone voted for.
Sure. I very much respect the last part. I think what did Biden do that was so, like, you say the way he ran the country?
I mean, like, he cognitively was not there for majority of his presidency. It seemed like he was almost unfit for office. And I feel like that was like one of the big deterrent where everyone was like, we need someone else in there.
Okay.
And that's why, like, he literally was running for president, and then all of a sudden he wasn't fit to run for president when he's the one that, like, said he was going to run again.
Okay. But I disagree with that. But even if without having to like get into the specifics of me disagreeing with that, like, okay, well, he's not running again, so now it's Kamala Harris, and obviously Kamala Harris is, you don't feel like is, quote, not there. So then what was the problem with voting for her? I feel like it sounded more policy based.
But I feel like what Trump ran on, I believe, made more sense than Kamala's policies. I feel like Trump was able to pull the Republican Party on his side because, like, what he was running on, it didn't make sense. Like, yes, it hasn't come true, and I honestly regret it now, but he was able to honestly manipulate us into thinking that at least he was going to do what we want.
Okay. Well, I mean, you know what? I can respect that. Let me cycle some people up. There are some people out there who are still liking Trump, but I at least respect.
But I want to say, like, as a debate, I would say that, so going forward for future elections, because there's going to be another election coming up in midterms in 2028, people could say whatever they want during these, like, campaigns and stuff. And now with, like, how Trump has run the country and, like, kicked certain people out of positions and stuff, I don't know if I could really believe in the government left or right, because it seems like everyone's just controlled by maybe somebody else. So I just, like, I want to debate,
who's that somebody else?
Whoever is controlling the politicians, like, wherever the money is, it could be.
No, please elaborate on this. I feel like this is going in a great place.
I mean, I guess you could say it more than me. I don't know. Like, I guess we know, but we don't know. I guess, but
I don't
whoever it
I don't
is,
really think that that's accurate.
it's not politically. It's not one person. That's why I'm saying I don't know. It's not like a specific
I don't
person
think
that's
anybody
controlling
is.
every politician.
I don't think anybody is being controlled. I don't think Israel is controlling politicians. I think that we voted for a man who cares more about himself than anyone else, and I think that there are people who are in government, maybe haven't been in government for a while, but are working toward government or in government right now, who do care about being honest. And I think that you know, like the faith in government is at like an all-time low. So I agree, we need people in government who we can trust. I just don't understand, like, I still don't really understand, like, for example, Joe Biden, what the problem was here.
So like Joe Biden, even like him, like he was sitting on these Epstein files now that we know of, and like with Trump, I'm also thinking like, why didn't Biden try to prosecute some of these people, or even Trump specifically, if some of the stuff that they're saying that is getting redacted about him, if they had this stuff unredacted, I'm not sure why you would kind of just not attack this unless you're part of the bigger problem.
Sure. So I'd say two things. Well, number one, like a lot of those investigations were ongoing at the time. And I think in relation to that, I think this is actually, that becomes more of a question and an issue about how our government is run. And actually, to your point about like who we can trust, people who have principles about how our government should be run. So I think that up until now, for pretty much all of modern American history, there's been an understanding within the executive branch being headed by the President of the United States, that the Department of Justice should remain largely independent from the presidency and whatever administration is in office. And so it would be considered extremely inappropriate for a president to comment on an ongoing DOJ investigation or privately be requesting the DOJ do things on his behalf. Because we've always kind of understood or believed that we don't want the Department of Justice to be hyper-politicized or have to deal with political pressure. We want them to be able to follow the facts. When the Department of Justice indicted Joe Biden's son, nobody at the Department of Justice was scared that they were going to lose their job, because that would be, at that time, unprecedented and a practical impossibility. Because you just don't do that, you know. We don't mix the White House and the DOJ. Now we're in a place where that doesn't exist anymore, and the DOJ is directed to do whatever it does directly by the President of the United States every single day. The president fires people at will who don't do what they say, who doesn't do what he says. That's why we've seen this Department of Justice go after political opponents. That's why we've seen a record number of cases by the DOJ fail, because prosecutors who are competent are being fired or are resigning because they're refusing to go after political opponents with no evidence. And furthermore, I think it has to do with, again, why we see the Epstein files now, because Donald Trump is using it as a political issue. It obviously has fallen flat on its face for him, and he couldn't figure that out. But yeah, I actually think that Biden and Harris, for example, didn't release the Epstein files because they didn't know what was going on with the Epstein files, because that wasn't their business. I think it was understood that.
But I feel like as a human rights issue, like, it should be their business. If like,
well, I certainly think that everyone was aware that it is a human rights issue, and B, that there was ongoing investigations by the DOJ. I just don't actually think that to that point they didn't want to interfere with that. Like if we're arguing that it's important because it's a human rights issue, I 100% agree. It could do far more damage to that issue, like we've seen right now, if an administration gets involved and pushes, you know, for files to be released, XYZ, kind of like we're seeing now with Donald Trump, you know, hyper-politicizing it and pushing for files to be released. Like we've seen survivors of Jeffrey Epstein, you know, be re-traumatized over and over and over again, their personal information be released, no justice come of all of these things. And so I actually think that I think in their minds, it could do far more harm inserting themselves, especially when they have political goals, into a situation that doesn't need that. It needs to follow the facts. And sometimes those investigations take a long time.
I understand, and I'm definitely, like I said, I don't agree. Like, I lost almost full support of Trump after this whole Iran ordeal, because I feel like this wasn't America's choice. I don't think the party of either side agreed on fighting another country, especially all the way in the Middle East for I don't know what reason other than their problems. But I just feel like we ran on the premise of we were gonna have no more wars. We're gonna make America great again. We're gonna bring the troops home, and that's what I voted for. And then like now this is happening, and it's like I can't even like explain this because people are literally dying. American citizens are dying, and it's just to me just not our problem. But now it's kind of forced to be, and like people are making it like, oh, we gotta help out our greatest ally. But it's just like, what are we getting in return? And like no one on MAGA is saying anything about it. So it's kind of frustrating where it's like there's MAGA and there's Republicans, and it's just like I didn't sign up to be like a Trump dick rider. I signed up to be a Republican, but it's like you can't even go against Trump without going against the party now. And I'm also don't align like morally with some of the Democratic things too. So it just seems like there's not a space for me to even vote. So
Well, that makes sense. I mean, a lot of what you're saying again, it's just, yeah, it's definitely not great what's going on in Iran. I would certainly. I think that there are actually politicians that are just not popular that may align more. Well, I don't know that that's true either because I'm not sure exactly. I think that there are certain things you want to be saying that you're not saying. But regardless, I do respect. I do respect that you don't. You at least know that like Trump isn't doing what he signed up for. Listen, let me cycle a few people up. I do appreciate you being respectful. It's a good conversation.
good debate. Have a good one, Chris.
All right, man. You too. Be safe. Listen, guys, I do believe that there is a high if the reason that Trump did this, it could be a multitude of reasons, but I think the two most likely possibilities, and possibly in combination, are this. Bibi Netanyahu made a phone call, and Trump loves Bibi Netanyahu. I think it's more, in my opinion, I think it's more likely that people wanted a return on their investment. Donald Trump has gotten enormously wealthy from the Saudis. Donald Trump has gotten enormously rich from the Saudis who build Trump properties in Saudi Arabia and give him whatever he wants and host all and enrich him all the time. The UAE partnered with the Trump organization and gave them tens of millions of dollars to launch, business ventures into cryptocurrency, and cryptocurrency made him. I mean, his Trump coin alone made him. That's not directly related to this investment by the UAE, but made him, his family and him, so rich. It's actually hard to conceptualize. But the Trump organization and World Liberty Financial, funded by the UAE, is making tons and tons and tons of money directly for the Trump administration. Qatar gave him a jet. Qatar gave Donald Trump a jet worth what? $250 million? Have this jet. You can have it until after the presidency's over. People don't enrich you by $1 billion without expecting anything in return. And those three Gulf states that I mentioned, they certainly would very much like to see Iran go. I think it's far more likely that we have a really corrupt president and people wanted a return on their investment. Hey, Donald, we build properties for you here. We get, someone in the chat said Biden is rich. You're a fucking moron. We're talking about a man, again, like direct conflicts of interest running business and getting super rich personally. His business and him getting super rich personally and being able to pull levers of government to make that happen. It's the most outward corruption we've ever seen in American history. It's truly like hard to fathom most days. But hey, Donald, we got you super rich. We build Trump organization properties all the time. We fund Live Golf, which competes with the PGA, and we hold some of our tournaments at Trump properties in Florida, which we have to pay to do. We pay you to do that personally. Qatar gave you a jet. The UAE's made you have $100 million. It's time to pay up. Could also just be that he's a narcissist. He's dumb. I think it's a little too simplistic to suggest to go down this whole the United States is owned by Israel thing, blah 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 blah, which I just think is. I mean, don't get me wrong. the guy gets a phone call from Bibi Netanyahu, he'll do what Bibi Netanyahu wants. But I just think like that conversation obviously goes into, you know. First of all, thank you so much for $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. It's literally insane. We love a liberal ginger. I'm gonna assume that's a joke from earlier. But I love you, truly. $20 literally means the world. Like, bottom of my heart, thank you so much. I do not take that for granted. You are the best. You are the best, truly, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. And I'm not ginger. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching the stream. It means the world. Get some W's in the chat. My hair is brown, dude. There is no ginger. Chris, what do you think about flock safety in Atlanta? Atlanta's my hometown. Flock? Question mark. Smokey, thanks for the love. Yo, Rewrite, thanks for the send again. I appreciate you. The audacity to make you, I actually genuinely appreciate you always being so supportive. The audacity to make me cry at 2 a.m. because of your kindness. LOL, I appreciate you. I'm so happy I came across this corner of the internet. Also, my YT handle is the same as TikTok. Appreciate it. I'll make that happen. A little free sub coming your way. If I can, I gotta go in the settings. I gotta figure out how that works, but I guarantee it's there. I appreciate you so much. Be safe. Yes, moving is good. Thank you. I appreciate you. This is W's for Uriah. Hope you're having a good night, truly. I can't believe it's already 1:30. I gotta go to bed soon. You're the best. Oh my goodness. Bro, the anonymous person who earlier, Ria Raya, again, thank you so much. You're the best. The anonymous person earlier who sent $50, then $60, then $40, which is fucking crazy. Just sent another $10. Spam those W's. I'm so sorry to bother you again. I was going to see if I could send the poem on Instagram and get you to read it out. I just get anxious. If not, it's okay. Again, I understand your platform. No, please send it. Send it my way. I'll read it out. Can we get $1 million for Caitlin? Thanks for $10. Don't apologize for being anxious. I get it. I get it. Getting up in front of, on TikTok we got 653 right now. It's not an easy thing to do. I used to get up on Harry's lives before Harry knew who I was. I was so fucking scared, dude. I was shaking my boots. Hold on a second, chat. My fucking camera's breaking. Thank you so much. Truly, $10 means the world. Tavisha, $1. Oh yeah, I got you. Of course. Wait, on what? You're a comfort human being? Wow, you guys are like low key way too. You guys are gassing me up tonight. What's going on? Am I about to get canceled? Am I to get canceled or something? Fuck. I'm just kidding. And Alicia, so good to see you. Thanks for $10. Also, Davisha, thank you for the $1. And again, Ria Rat, you rock. Glad you guys are the best. And Alicia, thanks so much for 10 cents. Hi, Chris. Good to see you. It's my birthday. Oh my God. Can we get some happy birthdays in the chat for Davisha? Please. Please. Oh, I'm sorry, not Davisha. Jesus Christ, dude. See, I'm getting tired. I don't have much longer in me. W's in the chat. Some happy birthdays in the chat for Annalicia. It's Annalicia's birthday. Happy birthday, Annalicia. Hi, Chris. Good to see you. It's my birthday today, and you being live just made my night. Also, just because it's my birthday, are you a candle because your smile lights up everything around you? Okay, listen, that was a good one. Happy birthday. I actually appreciate you so much. You're very kind. You've been very supportive for so long. You're always in here. Go get some W's for Annalicia. That was a good one. I'll give you that. It's not a bad one. Not a bad one. It's very kind. Very sweet. You're the best. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a great birthday. Do something fun for yourself. Okay. Oh, my God. Guys, I don't know how much more I got in me. I'm going to be honest. Also, to the anonymous poem person, again, thank you. I don't take anybody for granted. I just want to say thank you so much again from the bottom of my heart for all your support. And yeah, send it on Instagram. I'll read it out. You're the best. Hello.
Hi, what's up?
What's up? Howdy.
Yeah, I'm 32.
32. Great number. It's the bigly number. You vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Cool. What do you think of Johnny T these days?
Well, certainly a flawed individual. I voted for him because of the alternative was way worse on the abortion position. So.
Okay. Wait, really quickly. just sent another $20 on the YouTube super chat. Fucking unbelievable. You guys have shown an unbelievable level of
Guys,
support
he
tonight.
has enough money. He's got enough money. He doesn't need no more money for this guy. No more money. I'm just kidding.
That was pretty good, actually. That was pretty good. I really don't need any more money, actually. Everybody just being here, like, literally just means the world to me. Thank you. No shade or joke. I really thought you were Ginger. If this person is then playing further into the joke, I'm not Ginger. I don't know. I shouldn't take offense to, you know what? I love you. Thank you so much. It means the world. Okay. You're literally so kind. Certainly a flawed individual. You said abortion.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any other reason besides that, just out of curiosity?
I mean, I think there might be subsequent reasons, but that was the reason why I voted for him. So that's kind of the one that is probably pertinent.
Okay. Yeah,
So you don't like talking about abortion?
No, I mean, I talk about it pretty frequently. I think, well, two things, if you want my honest thoughts, and I will dive into this for a brief minute. There's actually several thoughts here. Number one, I don't love like two guys talking about an issue that doesn't affect either of us on a TikTok live with several hundred people. Number two, besides that, I'm more than happy to talk about it in a second. I think that like from a standpoint of like where most Americans are these days and what they're thinking about, I think it's an incredibly important issue and one that I'm very passionate about, especially being from Georgia, where half the counties don't have OBGYNs, and I've done work around that, and I've talked to women to try to learn more about it in the state of Georgia. There's a billion issues that are top tier right now. And I think like in this exact moment with like Iran just happening and a lot of Americans asking questions about tariffs and cost of living and all these things, I tend to, in my head,
For
I'm
anybody
like,
else?
I think that's, what?
Did I cut out? Did he cut out?
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Did you hear me?
I can hear you.
You're like lagging, brother. Like
No.
No, you're back now. You're back now. You're back now.
Bro, what is going on? Uh-oh. Can my YouTube, can you hear me?
Do you want to do a mic test? Like a lag test?
Bro, my TikTok is just completely frozen.
Can the host hear me right now?
I don't even, my chat, everything just went frozen. Did my...
Can anybody hear me?
Jackie says she can hear me. Bro, I'm so...
Okay, people can...
Oh?
Okay, people can hear me.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh,
okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, this, okay. I mean, can you see, is the TikTok chat moving?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I can't see the TikTok chat, but I guess I'm going to trust this guy. Sorry, my bad. I think TikTok Live Studio is breaking. There's a litany of issues. I think that's one of the most important. It's something one of my most passionate issues. I think when it comes to specifically debating on TikTok Live these days, I'm like, what is swaying people? What's moving people? So I'm like, but also besides that, because I still think it's a really important issue and I talk about it extensively, I think the third issue is that a lot of times I run into like people who just, I think, occupy a different lane than me. I have no problem with having like the Phil discussions about things like abortion. I think they're important, but I also just think that some people on TikTok Live are less interested in the actual laws, that how government passes laws and how those laws affect people, as opposed to like just simply strictly wanting to argue around the morality of abortion, which again, I think is fine. I just think I might do something a little bit different. Anyways, all that to say, like, again, I think like abortion should be readily available. And I think that the abortion laws are getting women killed a lot, especially in red states where the maternal mortality rate is like exploding.
Okay. Yeah, I can probably agree that pro-life laws are going to need to be extremely well fleshed out, I think that's fine to say.
Okay, well, at least appreciate that.
But that doesn't tell that. Yeah, sure, no problem. But that doesn't sway me, nor do I think it should sway somebody on, in principle, we should get rid of them because they're wrong.
Okay, so like, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here. I can't believe I fucking don't have my TikTok live chat. That sucks. I was gonna just ask you a quick question. Like, does it, just out of curiosity, does it ever concern you? Like, not concern you, but like, there's like two dudes like chopping it up about like an issue like this on TikTok Live. Is it ever just like, damn, maybe involve people who like are affected by this issue?
No, I mean, I think that whether you're a guy or a girl, you should be able to talk about issues that correlate to rational agents discussing, moral qualms or, any particular political issue. I don't really see an issue with that.
Okay, sure. And last question here. In terms of like being aware that pro-life laws are actively leading to the death of women and unborn children unnecessarily in a lot of these red states. Oh, my chat's back. Like, would you just do like a basic analysis about in your world how many people are dying versus how many people would die?
Well, it's kind of expected on a view. By the way, let me just read out my Venmo, guys. Thank you so much for the 32 cents on TikTok right now. It's huge. It's going a long way. Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of trivially obvious that when more people are going through full gestation, that there might be an uptick in mortality deaths. But I don't think it's going to be such a statistic increase that it brings us to the conclusion that we can intentionally kill other human beings. I think that doesn't follow. I think the prescription is distorted. I think the prescription should be, we need to figure out a way to continue to improve our medical technology to reduce risks for pregnancy. I think that's fine. I think that's a proper ordering of where our attention should be, but not to intentionally kill innocent human beings.
Got it. Well, two things here. Number one, obviously gonna disagree with that for a litany of issues. And number two, you've been very respectful, and I've officially at 1:43 a.m. I've lost my steam. I've lost steam here. So I'm actually.
We can pick it up another time.
What's up?
Fine. We can pick it up another time if you need.
Yeah, I'll probably be on live tomorrow. So if you want to hop up, more than happy to chat. Maybe we'll bring a woman up here and we can all have a conversation.
Okay, man. You stay safe.
Cool. Thanks.
Have a good day.
You too. Yeah, honestly, I just had to be honest. I'm out of steam here. I'm out of steam to have a. I'm tired. I gotta go to bed. What I would generally say to that guy without getting into like a long conversation is like the U.S. has the highest maternal mortality rate in the developed world. I think in red states it's higher and going up and has gone up because of abortions being outlawed and because doctors get up and they flee the states. And right now, in what's supposed to be the greatest country on earth, the richest country on earth, women don't have basic access to health care. Half of counties in Georgia don't have OBGYNs. Women are losing their primary care doctors. Women who are pregnant, who want to be pregnant, want to have a child, are having awful, horrible health outcomes that either ruin their lives or end up with them dead and an unborn child dead because of these laws. They end up septic and in a bathtub. They go with a problem and they're told to come back when they're about to die because hospitals are too scared to do anything about it. It's like really fucking tragic and horrible. And I also just think in this conversation on TikTok, like again, it's an issue. It's one of my most passionate issues, especially the last few years. And learning more about it in Georgia, obviously, like I'm really wasn't well informed, probably still not as well informed, certainly not as well informed as I should be. Being like a man in America, especially a straight white man, like the maternal mortality rate, especially for black women in America, is fucking stunning. All that to say, fuck, what was I gonna say? I completely lost my train of thought. Heartbreaking maternal mortality rate. There was somewhere I was going with that. I was gonna make a point. I was going to say to him, arguing with our tirade, we should have a woman up here to talk about it. I'm very passionate about it. I guess I was going to say I wasn't trying to suggest that like it's not a really important issue. I think on TikTok Live, like in a vacuum on TikTok Live, I think, I don't know, especially on days like this, I'm like, let's talk about the president waging war. But also maybe that's like shitty of me because it's like, oh, it's easy for me to say that. I'm not a fucking woman. I don't know, dude. Yeah, we raised some money for the woman in Georgia who was pregnant, was having really bad headaches, went to the doctor prescribed her something, went home, went to sleep, woke up, boyfriend woke up with her essentially like choking, not being able to breathe, rushed her to the hospital. Turned out she had, it's been a few months now, but a brain aneurysm maybe, but would end up passing away. The thing is she was pregnant and they would end up keeping her on, she was legally declared brain dead, but they would keep her on life support because the hospital said, normally you'd be able to choose what happens next as a family, but in Georgia, the hospital was like, the laws are too vague. Like, we have to keep her alive until at least like 20 something weeks, and they were at 8 weeks, and they had to front all those medical bills. Adriana Smith, yes, thank you, Rhea. I appreciate that. The hospital bill, yeah. She would end up passing away, and the son was born, but might have medical issues. It's really fucking sad. Yeah, there's another story I was planning on making a TikTok on that I don't know. This might have been Georgia as well, but a police officer, a woman. Actually, I don't know. I wish I'd have to go look at what state, but ended up passing away. She had was pregnant and had something wrong with her heart. The baby was putting pressure on it, and doctors were turning her away and couldn't get help. And was trying to find help because there was a point where she knew like she was like, I can't do this for 9 months. Like, my heart rate's 180 all the time. Like, I'm not going to survive this. But couldn't find doctors to help and would end up dying in her sleep. Yeah, just think like as a Democrat who I say I support bigger government, but I mean the way this government is set up, I fucking don't. In a perfect world where the U.S. Constitution that is functioning with maybe a few amendments to help protect democracy, I'm certainly in support of much bigger government. But even in general, being in support of bigger government, I think there is no world where the government should be interfering with healthcare decisions between a woman and a doctor. Should be no world where healthcare. I still argue with people. If there's I argue with myself about the principle behind if there's a room of a doctor, a therapist, a psychiatrist, a mom, a dad, and a child. The child's 16. Should the government be able to? Everybody checks off on what a procedure. Should the government be able to step in and say, "Oh, you're not allowed to do that"? Why? I mean, the answer to that is probably yes, at some capacity if you're under 18. But the point being is that like. Even as somebody who believes in bigger government, the government should have no role to play in hospital rooms. I think it does far more damage to people, anyone, women in this instance. And it puts an enormous amount of stress on our healthcare system, and I just think it's so unnecessary. Like, why can we not trust the people who've been in medical school for 15 years to operate in a way that they understand to be ethically correct? Seems pretty reasonable to me, as opposed to literally a group of white men in Georgia, all with like 75% of them with a second job because at their state rep job, they're making $8,000 a year because so they have to have a second job. And none of those second jobs are doctors or lawyers. They're I'm sorry, not lawyers. None of those second jobs are doctors. All those second jobs are like business owner or like full-time job at X, Y, or Z or whatever the fuck. So they're all like a group of 40 dudes in Georgia, writing a bill in the state legislature that's confusing. They haven't talked to any doctors around it, and they're passing it. That's who we should trust to put pressure on to get women killed and put pressure on our healthcare providers. Like, go fuck yourself. That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard in my entire life. All right. I got to go to bed, dude. Oh, my God. I love all of you so much. It's been such a pleasure tonight. You guys have shown so much love. And truly, from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate it. The support tonight has been overwhelming. I will be back on sooner rather than later. You guys have shown me so much love, and truly I appreciate it. Marissa, it's good to run into you. Hope you're doing well. I'll probably see you around. Probably see you in a GT Live. You're always doing great work. Ellie, Emma, Ria Raya, Kens. You guys are all so kind. Joanne, Vanessa, Desiree. Thanks for the kind comments tonight. I appreciate you a lot. I was watching them. Chad Piper's mom. It's always a pleasure. Carrie, thank you so much. Bren, if you're in here, I love you. You can get some W's for Bren's. Connor, it's good to see you. You be modding on Isaiah's live. Is that what I was seeing the other day? Phoebe, you're the best. Good to see you. Nat, it's always a pleasure. So many of the same folks I see all the time. You guys make me smile, man. Spicy Sav, always a pleasure. Taylor, thanks for everybody who has been so supportive. And on the YouTube side, Kyan, thank you so much. Jackie, thank you so much for your level of support. The YouTube chat over here was electric. I love all of you so much. Tiffany, I think, might have gone to bed. But Dark Sunray, Ian, everybody, I love you. I hope you know that. You're the best. It's an uphill battle to keep the liberals out of Isaiah's queue, Connor says. You're fun. Appreciate you, Connor. You're the rock. You're the Jesus. You're the best. The poem. Holy shit. I'm so sorry. I am so fucking sorry. Here we go. I got it. Chat, stay. This is from Caitlin, who's been so supportive tonight, the anonymous donor. Bren, you're the best. Thank you. I'm gonna read this out. Thank you for this, and then I'm gonna say this, and then I'll hop off. Again, I really fucking appreciate you donating another $1. You're so kind. Getting 1,000,000 W's for this anonymous great individual who's in the chat right now. It's formatted weird. That's okay. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna read it to myself for a second. Okay. I think I got it. Here we go. MAGA. They all say in unison, "It'll be great again." Wait, fuck. MAGA, you. It's formatted, so I'm misunderstanding. Wait. MAGA, they all say in unison, "It'll be great again." They're spewing out hate to end with amen, flipping off God with their knees in a bend. We all know his name, but the files won't send. We voted him in, the devil they sent, taking down with need to repent. Yo, can we get to a billion W's in the chat here? For I don't want to say your username again. For this amazing anonymous donor. What a great, that was actually really well, that was actually really good. The files part. Could we get 1,000,000 W's in the chat? I think I did it. Some slam poetry. Did I read it okay? Actually, thank you so much for sending that to me. And again, for your level of support. It literally means the entire world to me. You rock. It has 12 more lines. Did I not read the whole thing? Or are you saying like, oh no? Or are you saying like it has more of that? Oh, fuck, I fucked up. Chat, it's way longer. Chat. I'm a horrible person. Okay, wait, I figured it out though. God damn it. Why is PayPal got, come on, man. Man, you're not listening, man. Sorry, I'm making myself laugh. I bet. God damn it. I bet if I get it on, hold up, chat. It's actually way longer than I previously understood it to be. I'm really sorry. I'm actually so sorry. Come on, man. You're not listening, man. It's an inside joke. It's super stupid and dumb and not funny. I'm a funny guy. I'm hilarious. God fucking damn it. Fuck. Come on, man. You're not listening, man. So, I'm sorry. What? Oh my God. Okay, wait. Maybe it starts here. 140. Oh, I was reading it backwards. Oh my God. All right, Chad, wait, I got it though. I got the whole thing. Wow, I really feel horrible. Oh my God. Okay. Oh wait, no, I didn't. I understand now. Yo, this is actually a really long poem, but this is fire. Holy shit. Okay, here we go. I got it now. Here we go. I understand. I understand it now. I understand it now. Is this it? Oh, wait, but you also said it on Instagram. Bro, you do not have to donate me this much money. I feel really horrible. You're so kind. Fuck. You're so kind. Okay, here we go. I got this. Yo, first of all, Caitlin, thank you for another $5, by the way. And then subsequently another multiple dollars after that. You're literally so kind. We're up to like 150. You're insane. I love you. Here we go. MAGA, MAGA, they all say in unison, it'll be great again. They're spewing out hate to end with amen. Flipping off God with their knees in a bend. We all know his name, but the files won't send. We voted him in, the devil they sent, taking down with need to repent. The land of the free, disrespecting the French, taking away from the poor the money they spent. Racist production, they follow a trend of nothing but hate and taxing our friends. Losing their home, so they pitch a tent. Losing their food, they can't pay rent. They deport our people, unethical cleanse. Raping our women, let it commence. Diversity on top, but closing our fence. Striking down boats while claiming they're spent. We're excusing a murder, our souls we dispense. We're becoming all roosters, forgetting the hens. All in white coats, with hate we are drenched. The Department of War forgot the defense. They won't tell us anything, leave the suspense, disrespecting our past and all its decadence, defending the man as hard as cement, eating the meat in time for Lent. They all say in unison, it'll be great again, but forgetting our growth in the sounds of amen. Can we get some W spams in the chat? That is crazy. I don't want to say her name, although you put it again at the end. Dude, bars. Wait, that's actually crazy. That's a very impressive skill to be able to write like that. The Department of Defense. The Department of War forgot the defense. Come on, talk to him. Come on. No, it's actually really good. Really, really fucking good. Can we get 1 million W's in the chat? I don't want to say her name. I know you're in the chat though, and I just want to say again, thank you. Unless you want me to say her name, but again, thank you so much for that level of support. I'm proud of you. Thanks for being a supporter of mine, having the inspiration to write that. It's fucking sick. I appreciate you. Someone sent me it. Maybe I'll format it. Maybe I'll write it and then get it. We can put it. I can put it in the chat tomorrow. Thank you, Chris. I wanted real opinions from actual people. Bro, look at the chat, dog. I'm sorry. I'm getting hyped. Look at the chat. People love it. You killed it. Nice job. I really, again, appreciate your support. And that was a very powerful poem. I appreciate you. I appreciate every single person in here. I love you. I'm going to bed. Okay, no hate, though. I got to go to bed. I love you. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Be safe. Thank you, everybody in here, for everything. Just know I don't take it for granted. I'll be around. I promise. You're literally the best. You're all the best. Twitch soon. Should we play some video games? I can play some 2K. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, everybody who supported. I can't say thank you enough. I'm just dude, I want everybody to know how grateful I am. All right, I'm going to bed. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Mwah! Mwah! On the YouTube side, you're the best, Jackie. Jackie, thanks for being here. And again, Kyan, thank you so much. Jackie's like, go to bed now. Everybody in here who's been so supportive all night, I love you. Great stream tonight. I'm ahead to the collective Discord server chat for a little before I head to bed. Sounds good. Maybe I'll hop in there for a sec. I appreciate you. Thank you to everybody in here who was so supportive. Ian, again, if you're still in here, Dark Sunray, everybody, Jackie. I love